Jimmy Kimmel, who made remarks on late night television, it seems that commenting on Kirk's death has become a dangerous game. Now, let's be very, very clear. Opinions are split. Some people say good, that's what they deserve. If you speak ill on the dead, if you mock tragedy, then you should face some kind of consequences. They frame it as accountability, as a moral boundary that shouldn't be crossed. But on the other side, a growing chorus is calling this what it really looks like, a war on free speech.
Right.
A new standard where your livelihood, your platform, your reputation can be taken away for daring to say something unpopular or even controversial.
Yeah, I've been saying.
Here's where the story, where the irony really, really bites. You know, Charlie Kirk himself was a man who thrived on pushing buttons. Right, guys? He was confrontational. He was salacious. He often said things that sparked outrage and debate, and he did it proudly under the banner of free speech. He was one of those figures who would argue, you may not like what I say, but I have the right to say it.
Right.
And now, in spectacular fashion, his passing has become the catalyst, the fuel for what looks like an attempt to restrict the speech of others. Almost as if the system is using his memory, his name, his death as a shield to silence those who challenge the narrative. Now, think about it. Free speech has always been messy. It's never been about protecting the polite, the comfortable, or the agreeable. True free speech is about protecting the words we hate hearing, the opinions that rattle us, and the jokes that cross the line. And if we're now in a place where a person can lose their job for a tweet, a comment, or a monologue, well, we have to ask, what does that mean for the future of dialogue in this country?
It means we're going into a dictatorship. I've been telling people we're becoming China under Trump. We're becoming China under Trump. This is America's version of the social crediting system. Because in China, see, this is what people don't realize, because Americans are just slow. A lot of people are going to say the Constitution don't protect you from losing your job, but it protects you from not going to jail for what you say. People don't realize the first step to disrespecting the Constitution is you losing your job. The next step is you losing your freedom. And the last step is you losing your life. We shouldn't let them breach none of them steps, because free speech is called free because you don't have to pay for it. The moment I gotta pay, see, in America, speech supposed to cost $0. You know what free mean? Free speech? It means you don't pay nothing for it. You don't get suspended for it. You don't get a smack on the wrist for it. Free mean free. So we're at the point where America is now false advertising. We never false advertised in this country. Everyone as Americans know we do not police words. It is not America's responsibility to police words, but it is every American's responsibility to be mature enough to know that people are gonna mock you while you living and when you die. And so what, man? Who are you? Jesus got mocked. People, Jesus got mocked before he died and after he died. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So free speech ain't free no more if I gotta pay anything. If it costed me my job, we live in China now. Because the far right are in their feelings, let's just turn America to China and take everyone's free speech away, because some grown folks don't know how to simply ignore the people who's mocking Charlie. You know, like how black folks ignored the white folks who mocked George Floyd. We knew that them white folks had freedom of speech. So it don't piss you off, you just ignore it. You know, black folks had to take that approach for a lot of things. And it's just, it's actually builds character, discipline, And it's just a mature thing to do anyway, especially in a country of free speech. It's even what you teach your children. You teach your children, hey, people can say whatever they want to say, long as they don't touch you. Now, people may say, but corporations can do what they want, Sanchez. That's the problem. Ain't that's what we've been complaining about in America? Ain't we been complaining that the corporations run our government, that the corporations get too many tax bailouts, that the corporations don't even got to follow the Constitution? Because they can go against your constitutional rights. And they can discriminate with their employment based upon your rights. That's called a corporate takeover. Our government ain't in power, the corporations is. See, our government can't do a lot of stuff by the Constitution, but they can make y'all do it through your private corporations. Any corporations doing business on this land should abide by the Constitution. They're making a profit on our soil at the expense of Americans. They're marketing to us. Shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. Sandra Bland was a black activist and she was mocked and some people made dances. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. The line is pinned to the top. Call in with disagreements and more. We do have a donation goal. Show that you appreciate my time. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm reading a couple of the comments. Somebody said, what about deadly threats? Well, we know deadly threats gonna be taken serious. You don't got the right to threaten nobody's life. But you got the right to mock their death after their life been taken. You understand? I don't got the right to walk up to you and say, I'm gonna kill you tomorrow. I'm gonna blow your brains out right now. That you can go to jail for that. That's threatening a person's life. You can't threat a person's life. You can't take a person's life. But guess what? You can mock a person's death. Now, you can't cause a person's death. But if they just so happen to slip on a banana peel and fall down a cliff and you didn't like them bastards, you can sit there and pop champagne. You got the right to do that. So this is not a complicated matter. I think America is making it complicated. They want to play dumb so that they can take away our freedom of speech. Because it's very simple here. People got the right to mock people's death. They don't have the right to cause it, and they don't have the right to threaten your life. That's simple, yeah. You know, all the MAGA people got to do is simply ignore the people that's mocking them. Y'all seeking that out. Ignore them. But no, everyone freedom of speech. Now we got to get police like little babies with people telling us what you can and can't say, who you can love, who you can hate, or it may cost you your job. If y'all okay with that, then we no longer live in America. Get over it, man. Like, that's part of you, you know, your responsibility to not let what a person say get to you. It ain't their responsibility not to be a jerk. You ain't gonna stop everyone from not being some dickheads or evil people that want to mock people to death. You ain't gonna never stop that. It's gonna always be those kind of people in the world. But what you gotta do is just ignore it. Don't let it get to you. If we can't do that, we can no longer respect the Constitution as Americans. It's a smack in the face to every veteran that Jimmy Kimmel got fired. Because veterans don't put their life on the line for your right to just express who you love. They do it for your right to express who you hate too. No one can tell you who to hate and who to love. And don't you know, two can be true. It can be true that I don't agree with the way Charlie Kirk died, but I'm also kind of relieved that he's dead. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm expressing what a lot, and I'm not gonna mock his death. this is an important conversation to have. And I think it's one that has to be had with honesty. Let me turn my camera on. Now, no one's gonna make me feel bad for telling the truth. Now, what's the truth? Is that when I heard the news Charlie Kirk died, it was kind of like how America felt when they heard Hitler died. Now, guess what? I had mixed feelings, and I want to share them with you, and I want to let y'all call in and let me know, am I an evil person for my feelings? I'm not going to hide my feelings. I'm going to be straight up and let y'all, I'm going to be honest. I hope everybody do that. When Charlie Kirk died, I didn't feel like, yay! But I felt like good riddance. And that's crazy because white folks created those words, good riddance. So they've apparently felt like that before. So this shouldn't be. So I'll admit my true feelings. I felt disappointed that a man died for speaking his mind in public because I have a big mouth. I got a big mouth, y'all. I talk a lot and I speak my mind. Just put it this way. Me and people like Charlie Kirk, people like Candace Owens, people like Donna, people, you can go down the line. Let's just say that we take advantage of our freedom of speech, right? We utilize the hell out of our free speech. We push the boundaries, we speak our mind, and that's really very American to do. That created people like Al Sharpton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. So when we stop doing that, then you can say goodbye to the revolutionary, which is what the powers that be want to do. But I'm gonna be honest with you. When Charlie Kirk died, I wasn't like, yeah, man, let's do backflips and front flips, right? Some people were. But I was just like, oh, he died? Huh? Oh, well, good riddance. That was my honest feelings. And then another one of my feelings was, well, wait a minute, that's kind of messed up that he died because anybody could die speaking their mind, practicing free speech. And I start to say, you know what? This may be an attack on free speech. Now, I don't like Charlie Kirk, but I like free speech. And the thing about how Charlie Kirk died is sad because no one should die for just expressing their viewpoints and opinions. If I feel that way, then I should die for doing it. So I totally sympathize and I don't feel no shame about it saying, I wish Charlie Kirk was still alive. Now, these are crazy feelings. America's like, well, that's hypocritical. How can you feel like good riddance, but also be feeling like, man, I wish he was still here? Here's why. I believe that Charlie Kirk's death in this way is gonna actually strengthen his message. And his message is very dangerous. And it ain't so much that I hate Charlie Kirk as much as I hate what he represented, his message. Him being gone, man, he can't speak his message anymore, which is an attack on free speech. The good riddance part of a person's feeling is saying, well, damn, he ain't creating more hateful people. That's one less hateful, divisive person to spew a message to recruit and create more hateful, divisive, white, racist white people. So it's definitely a paradox. It's definitely, it ain't no simple, it's a very complicated medley of feelings that one will get when they hear the news. And that's what it was for me, very conflicting feelings, very contradictory feelings within myself. So that's the kind of weird thing about Charlie Kirk is like, well, that's one less divisive, hateful person off the earth. But at the same time, how they died ain't good, which means that man should still, I wish he was still here. Right? And put it this way, let's say Charlie Kirk You fine. Let's say Charlie Kirk would have got hit by a car or something like that. Would have been different? I think so. I think how the man died really matters. And me being a person that care about free speech, that's why I say I wish he wouldn't have died like that, man. I don't think no one should die for speaking their mind. Even if they want to call me the N-word, if a white person want to say black people are N-words, they're lazy, if they want to say some of the stuff Charlie Kirk said, I don't think they should die for that. I think that what happened is really something that Charlie Kirk just don't mind. I know a lot of people like Charlie Kirk, and I haven't met Charlie Kirk, but what I'm saying is I know for a fact Charlie Kirk wasn't scared to die for his message. I know that for a fact. I know that I see the bravery in the man, right? Charlie Kirk ain't the type of person that's scared to die for what he's speaking. I think that what would fear Charlie Kirk more than anything is to be proven wrong on what he's speaking. And to still be alive, losing debates by people like me, who's proving that you're full of hate and you're divisive. We need him alive to do that, y'all. We need Charlie alive to kill his message, because killing Charlie ain't gonna do nothing but strengthen his message. But I gave y'all my genuine feelings. There they go. Part of me was like, that's one less Klan member on the earth. And the part of me was like, well, wait a minute though. We need that Klan member alive, because we don't need him to be no martyr or nothing. Like, you know, that's gonna strengthen his message. And also, you ain't gonna kill his message when he died. You need him alive to do that. But we only now could look forward to debating the next Charlie Kirk or the next far right person. As Americans, debate is what make America America. I think that that's one thing what make me sympathize a little bit with Charlie Kirk, because I'm a debater. I like to debate. I love to argue intellectual points and have debates. Charlie Kirk had that same passion and love. It cost him his life. And I think that his death represents a turning point in America, and it has nothing to do really with black versus white as much as it has to do with the powers that be versus the people, and taking away more of our freedom. America ain't gonna be America, y'all, in the future, because we're letting the corporations take over. And we all know that the corporations run the government. But we go about it in a nonchalant way, like it's normal, like it's supposed to be, like we shouldn't push back at it. Even when we hear that Jimmy Kimmel got fired for using free speech, what did we say? Well, he shouldn't have been a jerk. You got the right to be a jerk in America and not be targeted. But Sanchez, those are private corporations, and they don't have to respect the Constitution. That part. See, when we say that the corporations run America and the government don't, of course the people that can bypass the Constitution are going to be the outlaws. How can you beat them? When it's like playing a game of capitalism, playing a game of Monopoly. All of us got to follow the rules, but they don't. You'll never win. Let me give a shout out to Ghostwriter. The U.S. government is trying to backdoor freedom of speech laws off conservatives' love for Charlie Kirk. No more talking against Israel or the Epstein files. Man, listen here. Say that, brother. Say that. Put the headphones on. 100% in agreement with that, brother, Ghostwriter. If you guys stick around, like and share the video, help us reach our goal. We trying to get 10 people to donate $10. And also for everyone in attendance, we will be gifting 5 memberships I don't just ask y'all to support me. I give back too. Like I said, we will be gifting 5 memberships this show if we can get to 1K viewers at any point in the show. So like or share, and we might just gift them anyway, but free speech is definitely under attack, and no one should be above the Constitution in America. They would be considered outlaws. How can a corporation do business in our land and not follow our rules? And you want to know why the government is now a private government? Because the people in the White House ain't in power. The tech bros are in power. The tech bros was censoring free speech on their social media platforms way before they infiltrated government. It just so happened they found the right tyrant in Donald Trump that will allow them to now all exercise their rich white boy mindset of, you can talk about anybody you want to, but if you say something about me, you're going to get punished in America. This is a turning point. Isn't that ironic, Charlie Kirk? We've reached a turning point where Americans are being surveilled and spied upon in their private social settings outside of work. And they show up the next day and boss saying, you fired. I don't got to tell you why. And you find out, damn, he was spying on my Facebook page and saw me debating some Republican, and my boss is a Republican. It is false advertising when you say you're an equal opportunity employer, but you won't give me an equal opportunity because I hate Charlie Kirk. That's a social political viewpoint on a political figure. And if a person that is a Christian has to equally hire a Satanist, the Satanists hate your God. Just like I may hate your president or hate your leader that you like. I may hate your superhero character. You like Batman? I hate Batman. Now, what if Batman get taken off the market? What if the people that created Batman pass away and they get sued? And I say, yes, because Batman sucked. Should I lose my job? In other words, it's literally a matter of, you love and like Charlie Kirk. They hate and dislike him. You're going to honor his death. They're going to mock his death. That happens all the time. It's literally human nature. Humans didn't create love. They didn't create hate. It's nature. It's just something naturally in you, love and hate. In a country of free speech, you got to be free to express both of them for whoever you want to. Whoever you want to, right? Let me get the screen share up for you guys. Okay, there we go with the screen share. Now let's get back. I just want to play this, and then we're going to, continue where we left off from last night. Like and share. Hey, welcome the new member to the channel, Dre the Lucid Dreamer. Welcome to Sacred God, brother. Appreciate the love, man, and the support from Dre the Lucid Dreamer. Show. But in the white folks' language, they say good riddance, right? And you can't tell a person, like, people are just keeping it real. They felt like Charlie Kirk was evil. He was racist. He was part of the division problem in this country. You can't change their mind on that. You got to respect their right to believe and feel how they want to feel. The brother by the name of Eddie Vance asked a question. I'll answer it before we move on. He said, whose side are you on? The Christian side or the satanic side? Let me give a shout out to Marlon Wells and I'll answer. Black power, peace, and love. Got smoke for that great huddle up. The waking up the matrix and how it comes to pass, starting the fire. Oh, salutes to you, Marlon. Thanks for being a member of the channel and for your continued support, bro. We'll be opening up the line shortly. Let me answer you. Eddie Vance said, whose side you on, the Christian side or the satanic side? Really, there are no sides out there as much as they are in here. So what do you mean, Sanchez? There's a good side inside of me. There's a bad side inside of me. And I'm an honest human. I know that. I know that in all humans, it's good and bad, or what you would call Christian and satanic. We're all here to fight the great war of good and evil, but it starts within the self. It starts on the greater attributes of Sanchez overpowering my shortcomings. And I'm striving and fighting my battle of Armageddon every day. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you can relate to what I just said. I think my good side is winning over my bad side, and I think I exercise more good than bad, because that's the law of the universe with your soul gonna be weighed on when you leave here. Every human gonna do some good and you gonna do some bad, but do your good outweigh your bad? That's how the universe gonna determine it. So I don't look at it like people out there getting on different teams. I look at it like people inside of here making a decision that I'm going to do the right thing. And all of us that do that, you can say, well, we're on the side of good, right? And the right thing is to let people be free to say whatever they want to say, no matter how evil it is. The wrong thing to do was to get the military and go around bullying people with my authority and power, controlling tongues. Because now as the government, all that energy that I'm supposed to be spending to bring more revenue to America, make America a bigger competitive with our foreign opposition. Now as an American government, I'm focusing 75% of my time surveilling and policing my own citizens and punishing the ones that don't like who I like, or they mock somebody I like, or they may love somebody that I hate. Trump has built an entire surveillance system. He's already installed the Palantir systems in America to police us. And I think his idea of making America great again is turning it into a dictatorship and a tyrannical authoritarian clusterfuck, if you will. But yeah, I think people are fighting a good war when they say, listen, if they want to mock that man death, ignore it. When you tell that to your son, if you don't like what they saying, if they didn't touch you, you got to ignore it, son. Otherwise, you will invest all your time trying to stop them from saying what they saying, son. And you can't do that. You're going to get in trouble. You can't control that. But you can control you and be mature and realize some people going to make fun of you. They going to mock you while you're living and when you die. So ignore it. This is called having thick skin. It's one of the big things about being an adult, right? That's right. And children want their daddy to come beat you up for what you said about me and hurt my feelings. And that's the kind of far-right America we live in, big children. If you don't know that Donald Trump, Elon Musk were spoiled little white boys with a silver spoon, a platinum spoon in their mouth. They act like little entitled white boys in power. I'ma punish you because you said something I don't like. Oh, you said something about Trump, now you lost your job. That's how spoiled rich kids act. That is not the American way. Who let these spoiled brats in power? Shout out to Brooke. Much love to Brooke. Peace to you as well. Shout out to Hydrogen. Thank y'all. Just like everyone don't gotta believe in Jesus. People can disrespect Jesus right now. People can say, hey, you may believe in Jesus, but I think Jesus was a XYZ, and they can straight up blaspheme and curse him out. Right? And can't nobody force no one to love Jesus just because America is a Christian country. You got the right to be a Satanist in this country if you want. You can open up a church and worship the devil, and you can blaspheme Christ. And your boss can't be spying on what you doing in your personal, social, political, religious, or sexual life and targeting you for it in the workspace. That's a whole nother different kind of America that we entering. And that would be the equivalent of a social crediting score and a system that surveils you even when you're away. That's Big Brother. And the people that rock with Charlie Kirk, this is going to go over their head because they're so emotional. They don't see that they're being used to take away everyone's free speech in this country. And guess what? It's protected by free speech. It's protected by we can't discriminate. Companies still got to hire you even though you're a Satanist because they saying that they are equal opportunity employers, meaning they're going to give everyone an equal opportunity regardless of your sexuality, your political stance, who you like, your don't like, political viewpoints on a certain person, regardless of who you may love or who you may hate. You may not love everyone your boss love. You may not hate everyone your boss hate. But the moment your corporation, your boss, your employer requires for you to love everyone they love and hate everyone they hate, guess what? That ain't a company, that's a cult. That's right. Yeah. The moment I gotta mock who my boss mock and respect who my boss respect, it's a cult. It's a fraternity. We all gotta think alike, like a Christian church organizational doctrine. And man, I just work at Amazon. I ain't trying to do all that. I'm just here to flip burgers. You mean to tell me when I get off the clock, boss is still watching me to make sure I don't mock Charlie or to make sure I don't talk about him or talk? That's a damn parent. That ain't a boss. And y'all love Charlie Kirk more than you love free speech. It breaks my heart because now we finna take away everything that makes America America because grown-ups and their feelings. That's a cult. All of us gotta love everything. We gotta like what I like, hate what I hate. That's a cult, man. You can't even think for yourself. So people are saying, but Sanchez, that's these private corporations, they can do that. That's a problem. But Sanchez, no, it ain't nothing wrong with that because they private corporations. Private entities interacting with the public. So you telling me that we're gonna complain about corporations taking over the government and being given too much power, and then in this case you're gonna say, hey, I'm okay with corporations wielding all that power and being anti-constitutional? Stupid. Does it make any sense? Even the far right would tell you that the corporations in America are taking over. Damn near every woke political patriot will say, and there's this popular meme, you can buy it, it's a bumper sticker, it's a t-shirt, and I think they even got a flag, they got hats, and it says, we the corporations. It scratches out America, it says we do, because the sentiment of American citizens for years is that the corporations pretty much got our leaders by the balls. The corporations don't got your leaders by the balls no more. The corporations has just replaced your leaders altogether. And the people are cool with it because we say Sanchez, well, they can do that because they're a private corporation. The same private corporations we were complaining about that had our government acting anti-constitutional. But they ran a psyop called Charlie Kirk, and now y'all are just let them wipe their behinds with the Constitution. Shout out to Stationary Earthy. Thank you so much for the support there. Because if a person is not at work, they're not in uniform, they're not on the clock, they got the right to go out in public and have a political identity, and they boss don't have to approve their political identity. Their boss ain't they daddy and they mama that's gonna be spying on them outside the job, spying on them and stalking them and surveilling them, saying, let me go check on my employees and see what they posting online, because if they saying something I don't like, I'm gonna fire them when we get back to work. That ain't the way. No, that's wrong. That's like China's social credit system. Their government has a surveillance system everywhere. They're constantly being watched and they're constantly being listened to. The moment a Chinese citizen express their hate for someone that the government love, they get blackballed and silenced. They lose their livelihood, their jobs, all because their social credit score go down. Trump has been setting up Palantir cameras. He's been setting up surveillance everywhere. He's been gaining power in all of the aspects and departments because he want to create a tyrannical dictatorship just like China, where if you talking about people that he like, he can blackball you. That ain't the American way. And just to show y'all an example of what I'm talking about, hold on a second. I got some videos queued up, so you might hear some random audio playing in the background right now because I'm searching for the clip. I got receipts, in other words. Let me get them together.
Not how they expected. Everybody in the world.
Yeah, we're going to play Young Pharaoh speaking up for Charlie Kirk. And I actually agree with Young Pharaoh. He says some things I actually agree with.
I got to show you.
And give me a minute here, and we're going to cue up this clip. It'll show you what got Jimmy Kimmel fired.
We're here for one reason. So, see, the thing is, he won't.
Hold on a second.
Reporting live from Hypocrisy.
This is Democracy Now!
All right, so I got to find this Jimmy Kimmel joint. The moment we enter this kind of America is no longer America. And you may love Charlie Kirk, but you got to love free speech more than you love Charlie Kirk because it's bigger than Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk stood for free speech, then you even got to respect the people that decides they want to mock his death. They shouldn't have to pay for that because it's free. And it's always free in this country. Well, Sanchez, sometimes we got to charge you for it. Sometimes we got to tax you on that speech, Sanchez. Well, they didn't tell me that. They didn't say, well, it's free speech with these nuances. It's free speech, but this is the fine print. No, it's just free speech. You're free to say whatever you want to say in America. Nothing gonna happen to you. No, you ain't gotta pay for it. Why? It's free. Speech is free in this country. You don't gotta pay for none of the radical stuff come out of your mouth. And the moment you do have to pay for it, we no longer live in America. The most American thing about America is free speech. The most American thing is free speech. So
Disney and the ABC network are taking Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air in.
We hit some new lows over the week.
And this is what they taking them off the air for, but because we're gonna get into the legalities around how they use their authority and muscle to target America. Everyone need to be concerned, bro. Jimmy Kimmel's situation is scary when it comes to the Constitution because you got the FCC involved, bro. This is an entire government department that's got time to spy on what citizens are doing. Like, think about this is a government agency that's targeting a single citizen for what they said. They're using their authority and power as the Federal Communications Commission to fire people. People that's scary. We're entering China now. We're no longer America. Now let's hear what got him fired before we get into all of the constituents. Let's hear exactly what got him fired, because when you hear this, you're gonna realize, wait a minute, if Jimmy Kimmel can get fired for this, we are all in trouble, man. But keep in mind what you about to hear. Also keep in mind Jimmy Kimmel, he criticized Trump. And as Americans, we all got the right to criticize our president. When Jimmy Kimmel criticized Donald Trump told everyone Jimmy Kimmel will be getting fired soon, and he sure got fired.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
We're going to see if they play the clip of what he said.
We were just about to walk in. And
okay, come on now. We need to hear the clip.
We hit some.
All right, this video will show it.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction.
This is good American comedy. And for the kids growing up in the 2000s and all that, they so soft. They don't go outside. Football don't let them hit each other hard. Parents get punished for disciplining them. This kind of comedy will hurt their feelings. See, when I was young, if your mom and daddy sat in the front row and they outfit wasn't right, they probably were going to hate that comedy show because they were going to get joked on. I miss that America. What it showed was an America where everyone had thick skin. White comedians joked on black people. Black comedians would get up and joke on white people. And we would make fun of the race relations and racism in a way in comedy that would teach you, but also the laughter introduces a new way of dealing with it. I totally get Jimmy Kimmel's. He's an American boy, man. This is how they're changing what America is in real time. This is okay. This is American. This is content catered to American people, at least from my time. Like, this is crazy. I think it was a very thoughtful comedy piece that showed genius and a very eloquent way of articulating his leftist viewpoint, no matter how left you may think it is. Don't we have the right to be a Democrat as a spokesperson and a person who can criticize MAGA and Trump? It ain't even that he mocked Charlie Kirk's death. He said that Donald Trump was chilling and got over it pretty quick. It was a good joke. And Trump made sure that he got fired. This was Trump's doing. Trump did this. Because Trump got all of his buddies in each department. He got homeboys in the FBI, CIA, the FCC. Trump made sure when he got in office that he put his men and infiltrated all these departments. That way he can have his dictatorship. Because if anybody in America say something that against Trump, if you real small, they don't care about you. But if you big like Jimmy Kimmel, no matter what you into, plants, health, nutrition, food, sports, Trump got somebody in every industry and every government agency and every department that can reach you. Trump is more concerned with policing Americans and surveilling Americans to see what they saying about him and his buddies than dealing with foreign threats and foreign opportunities that America may benefit from, like a regular president would do, not like a dictator. Let's hear what got Jimmy Kimmel fired.
Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay? And it didn't just happen once.
When I heard it, I was in the midst of, building a great, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? They don't have a ballroom. They have to use tents on the lawn for President Xi.
Look, Charlie Kirk just died. Charlie Kirk just got the meat knocked out of his taco. And what is Donald Trump more concerned with? The new ballroom. Because after all, man, they've been in tents for years, man. We got to get out of these darn tents. No one want to be in tents. So, Donald Trump, how do you feel about Charlie Kirk? Who? Charlie who? Charlie Kirk, your #1 fan. What the hell is he talking about? Charlie, the young the young man that go to the college campuses, Trump. Oh, Charlie. Oh, yeah, Charlie. Oh, I'm over it already, man. But check out the new ballroom. It has arcade games in it. It got Gallagher, Pac-Man. Trump don't give a fuck. And these folks is shedding tears and Trump golfing. Shout out to Seafood Stoner. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all's support. Look at there. We got donations coming. It's been so long. Hold on, y'all. Wait a damn minute. Hold on. It's been so long since I just had everybody support me all at one time, y'all. Thank you. Do not donate fan page. Thank you, man. He said David Sinclair fired Jimmy Kimmel because he has deep ties to Epstein and Donald Trump. During the quote-unquote the block from the 1970s in Baltimore's red light district. Research it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Did we let Marlon on already? Salutes to everyone in the chat. You guys are lovely, man.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
So you got some smoke for me? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the last time we got into it about the elections and the voting and all of that, and the reason why they feel so free to do what they want to do in amending the First and Second Amendments is that they don't feel like they're going to be challenged because they in power, they the puppets. And if we don't replace the puppets, then they're going to continue to do what they do. And we're going to be on the outside looking in. And if we say, okay, openly, that we don't care about no voting and we're not going to vote, they're like, oh, shoot, well, we're free to do what we want with the Constitution. See, so how do we huddle up if we don't declare our independence from them?
I gotta answer that for you. See, the problem in America right now is a corporate takeover that is undermining our government, the citizens, and the Constitution.
That's what I'm describing. So
And you can't vote that away.
You can take away their puppets that's in power. See, if they have a bought audience, they have a captive audience, which is the people in power. So if they money, the corporation and their power controls those people, but they got to get the general public to elect them, right? So
how about this idea? How about the people start protesting that the corporations abide by the Constitution?
You're still protesting against the government. You're still protesting. They can just outlaw protesting.
No, what I'm saying is,
the politicians
maybe I shouldn't use the word protest. Maybe if I say we direct our energy instead of toward voting for another puppet, how about we direct that energy toward letting them know we're on to the scheme and we're no longer playing your puppet game no more, because we as a collective know that the government is operating through the corporations and not directly to the people. For example, like again, I'm in agreement with you, but that's what you do when you say, I'm leaving the Democratic Party. I'm leaving the Republican Party. When they see that on paper, then the whole fabric, the system is being challenged. Okay, so either you're going to become a dictatorship that don't vote. In other words, is America going to let them remove our total government if the corporations can't control it? So if you put that out there, that chess move out there that says, okay, I'm going to move this piece over here on the board that points at that, now I got you in check. What are you going to do to get out of check? Because I'm saying that I ain't going to join his side or his side, and these two major parties are the only ones that dominate, right? And they have allowed for there to be a third party if they got the support of the people. So if you show them that the third party got the support of the people, that's the only way you threatening their power, because that's the system we live under. Now, if that shit is fake, then it's going to show and prove. If that shit is fake, then and there. So this
50% of the population, which we should be able to muster in a huddle up, because there's way more people that can't afford a house right now than it is that can.
I think we can just I think we can draw a line here. We can agree to disagree, because I think that you're thinking we can infiltrate. What you're thinking, we can exercise our power by infiltrating the political system, and I just don't see that, because the political system is just a circus show. And what we see going on there, like, again, that's a bunch of puppets on stage acting like they got power when the true power is attached to them strings. If we follow the strings that's connected to the puppets, to the source that's moving them strings, whoever moving those strings, we want their position. We don't want to be another puppet on the stage, because guess what? All of them got to put the strings on them, and you can't do what you want once you get in the hold on, you got to let me finish. Once you get in the presidential seat, you're going to go to the Wailing Wall with a yarmulke on. They're going to be a bunch of guys with black top hats on, telling you what you're about to do. You ain't gonna be telling them shit. Now, I don't know if you know that or not, but a president ain't got no power, man. He just a symbol of power. He ain't got no power. He ain't doing what he want to do. He ain't freestyling this shit. So,
and I'm not. Can I respond yet?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that point. That point you making is a valid point. That is the problem. Okay, if you were able to successfully get the poor people in this country to stand up and remove that dude from office, you ain't electing somebody who's going over there to kiss the wall. You elected somebody who's really putting America first.
You gonna kiss that wall?
Well, that remains to be seen. We ain't even started yet. As a country,
you're gonna kiss that wall. You know what I'm gonna tell you what you don't get? Let's see, but hold up though. This is what I'm telling you though. It's like joining a Masonic lodge. Once you get elected to be the Grand Wizard, you're gonna do the rituals involved with that rank. For example, you ain't gonna rewrite the lodge's traditions because you think you so bougie, and I'm gonna be the one that get here, and I'm not gonna kiss the wall. I'm not gonna wear the yarmulke. In fact, I'm gonna sleep in the Motel 6 and I'm gonna paint the White House yellow. Man, no, there are certain traditions and rituals that you got to do, and it ain't even no choice in the matter. Like, you got to swear in, you got to repeat these words. You can't say, well, I'm gonna be the president that I ain't gonna even live in the White House. I'm gonna be the president that walk around the White House naked with bitches everywhere. No, it's rules and traditions. So this whole concept of what I'm gonna do and ain't gonna do, it let me know y'all got a naive viewpoint on what you think a president and who really in power and what you think politics is.
Not really. That's the system that exists. I do agree, but it's being run by a foreign national. Okay, a whole nother nation. Okay, so that's the power you have to be up. That's what we're up against. So either we're gonna challenge them or we not. You know what I'm saying?
We are, but we can't do it if people like you keep directing us to the damn voting polls, man. Don't you see what I'm saying? That's when we give our power away.
Wait. That's my argument right there. Okay? Because you live under the rules that you talking about. You live under that right now. We already know that's established.
I got a question. I got a question just to clarify. I ain't gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you go. I want people to clarify where we about to go now. You're saying our votes is power, and I'm saying our votes ain't powerful. That correct? Go ahead, make your argument.
Yes, if you can effectively show that you have huddled up the people, and I mean the people, not just one section of the people. Now, you start off, if you want to say, hey, all the brothers decide to go, and all the sisters decide to go independent, right? And then you see, if you can provide that example, then you can reach out and see if you can expand all the other people, all the other groups of people, and show them what it is in their better interest to vote for somebody who's really from the same place in space as them. See, like, if you're going to challenge the corporations, you need the kind of power corporations have. So if you don't have that, what is going to be your way of challenging a corporation when you're running up with $5? You know what I'm saying? You ain't challenging a corporation with $5 and a whole bunch of people, unless you got all the people in a whole economic group. You need all the people in a whole economic group to challenge them. Okay, you can't challenge them with black people. You can't challenge them with just the one side of the duopoly people. You need both sides, and you need people from all sides, really, that are in the same economic class. Because we talking about people with corporate power that move the politicians like puppets, and when they get in there, the politicians start insider trading, so they corporate too. So as long as you don't address that, then eventually they're going to be able to take away your free speech. Why? Because they have no fear of you. They don't now, but they have no fear of us getting together, and what they doing is the narrative. Just like Charlie Kirk, they control the whole narrative that's being spoke about right now, just by what happened to this one man who wasn't he wasn't Jesus, but to some people he was great at providing them comfort. Okay, he was great at providing one side comfort and riling up the other side.
Okay,
well, that's
you gotta let me get in there.
Vision, and when he goes down, they can blame everybody else and attack anybody who they got one whole side, so they're gonna attack anybody who mocks it, or mocking, in and of itself is just free speech. So they can just go ahead and attack free speech because they have no fear of repercussion. Because they have no fear of us getting together. They have no fear of us seeing past it. We're gonna stay in the argument mode.
So Marlon, the only thing I'm saying is this. Is like I don't get it. Like, we all say that a president is a puppet.
I get, yeah.
A puppet is an entity that don't make his own moves. It got strings on him, right? Why I keep telling you that it don't matter if Marlon is that puppet, Sanchez that puppet. It don't matter if someone random person in the chat room is the puppet. Presidents change, but policy don't. There's one agenda that's been that the people in power in America trying to get us to, and they're gonna get us there through the Democrats and Republicans. The Democrats are gonna pass certain laws that the world elite won't pass, and we're gonna bitch about it when they do it, just like we did under Obama. And we're gonna each president gonna be like the person that takes the blame, the scapegoat, so that we can bitch at the real power that's behind both of these parties, that's funding the Democrat and Republican. They want us to keep blaming the Democrats, the Republicans, because every time we look around, it seems like America is going to hell in a handbasket and that Babylon is falling. But the whole plan of the people in power in this land is to sink this ship. It is to sink the ship. That's what they do. They crash governments. They go all around the world crashing government systems. They've been doing it for so long, Marlon. These small hats.
Now, what have we done?
Now, while they got us debating, while they got us debating on which party gonna save us from this sinister plan, each party is a puppet on the stage that's gonna act out their sinister plan. You're just a vessel that they're using. And you're gonna learn that if you make it up high in this country, that you shut up and do what you told. I learned that this shit in the military, bro. It is just like a Masonic lodge. It's secrecy. It's shut your ass up and just do what you're told, just like in a gang. And so it ain't no challenging this shit, going against the cabal. Ain't no I'ma tell the gang what I'm gonna do and ain't gonna do. Let me go tell the mob. You see what I'm saying? It ain't like that, bro. This shit is literally ran like a criminal organization, and talking and acting out of line and acting like you gonna rise up and compromise some shit against this system. You gonna face JFK's fate. That's how come I know that Trump is an imposter, because he supposed to be the anti-system president. Like, I'm against the powers, but I'm with the power. Like, they got to control that opposition as well. Like, you know.
He's against, he's outside the system until he gets in it. You know, he's always been part of the system. He's always been rich. He don't know what it is to live in the ghetto. Hell, Candace Owens probably don't even know what it is to actually live in a ghetto. Okay, so what I'm saying is that we haven't done anything different. What have we done differently and still got a better result? You know what I'm saying? Or still affected anything? We haven't done anything but try to pick between these people. That's why voting ain't working. Because you pick it between two people that's the same people. That's controlled by the same people.
No matter, but the thing is, it ain't that they control Democrats and Republicans. It's that these people infiltrated this country a long time ago, and they control the seat of power in this country. What they got a monopoly on is these two political parties called Democrat and Republican. They have a monopoly on the marketing involved in making it into that seat of power. But if there were another party to make it into that same seat, they would go and kiss the wall and do what the Democrat and Republican doing. I think y'all are very lost on what you think a political party is. A political party is like this, right? Let's say you got a stage with puppets on it. Your party is saying, listen, I'm the best puppet for you to use. When you attach your strings to me, you're going to get zero drag, zero resistance. Because some of these puppets, when you hit left, they got a little lag. They don't turn left at that moment in time. You got a bunch of puppets trying to sell themselves to the puppet master. All of the puppets know they ain't going to do what they want to do. Their selling point is, listen, you choosing me, I'ma do what you want me to do better than him. Right? When you pull your strings with me, I react instantly. He got lag. So it ain't like a puppet gonna get up there and don't have no strings on him. You ain't gonna even get up there if you ain't proving you the best puppet. And that's the monopoly that the Democrats and Republicans got.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what you saying. Everything you're saying, I agree with. That's how it exists. Now, my smoke is, what's the method to change that if it ain't to?
Let me tell you. I'm answer that. Let me answer. Let me answer. This will be quick.
Come on, Sanchez, give me a chance.
You saying don't answer you,
bro?
Oh well, listen. This is what we gonna do. Don't ask me no questions, because I'll be on them. I'll answer them. You said what we can do to change that. What we can do is let them know we know that these people on the stage are puppets. Up until now, Americans been acting like we think the puppets got power, which is why they got MAGA hats on. They got their favorite puppet shirt on. And the people sitting back like they really think the puppets are doing what they want to do. Our job is done. We gotta let the people know, hey, we see who behind you, Obama. We see who behind you, Trump. We see that money y'all taking to sell us out, and quit letting the puppets think that we believe in the puppets. We gotta let the puppets know, oh, we see them strings attached to you. We don't believe you no more. We taking off our political propaganda because of represent our favorite puppets. I just wanted to answer you real quick. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna cut in if you don't ask me no questions. It's a disease I got. I gotta answer them questions, man. Got to. Go ahead, brother. Take over. I'm muting up. And salutes to you, Sister Demi. And we got the brother. How you pronounce your name? Donat?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, hey, what's up?
My name is Donat.
Okay, Donat. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Do your thing, man. I ain't gonna cut in, Marlon. I just had to answer you real quick because you asked me that like 2-3 times and I didn't answer it. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. The point I was making though is because everything you said is true. It's true about the puppets, the corporations, everything like that is true, but they have no fear of the people because they are able to control the narrative to keep people going back with this insane idea that voting for either this side or the other is going to help them. That's the insanity that cycle is what I'm trying to break mentally, is that this is an economic thing. Because you said like corporations. You name one corporation don't care about the economic state of the country, okay? And the corporations are allowed, you know what they do? They take from the people to create their wealth, okay? And all the people are to them is wealth batteries, okay? On either side of the country, the corporations own all the property, and the people work their ass off just to live in one of the properties. So they just wealth batteries. Okay. So if you want to remain a wealth battery, cool. But the American dream is to buy your home, build your equity, and create generational wealth for your children moving forward. That part is no longer happening. Once you see that part is no longer happening, if the people can't recognize and they want to stay stuck on the colors of people, rather than the colors and size of their wallet and their ability to move in this country, then it's never going to change. We can sit here and moan and complain till they get tired of us moaning and complaining and just take away the free speech. Okay, and then we won't even be able to get up here and talk about it because they have no fear of being removed. So, and the corporations definitely don't have no fear of us getting together. If we can always turn people, just that guy.
Okay, brother, we're gonna move on forward.
And then you got a black and white argument.
We're gonna move forward. Look,
you got a red and blue argument. You got an always the left argument.
You said they have no. You said they have no fear of being removed. That's because they don't. Why would I fear somebody removing me when I told them that the way to get me out of there is to vote me out of there? They whole approach to removing me, I gave it to them, and I know it's a dead end. I wouldn't have any fear either if people thought their votes mattered, and I created the system to use the illusion of inclusion to give people a false.
Well, can I answer? Can I respond to that? Because soon as the people go ahead and tell you on paper, I ain't voting for y'all. Okay, I don't have no faith in it's like that emperor in Star Wars, a vote of no confidence. By saying I'm independent, I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat, I'm broke, and I work every day. So I'm voting for whoever gonna improve my economic situation. I don't care. I'll stand right here next to a Klan member in the same situation, saying the same thing. You see what I'm saying? That's the part that we don't get. That's the part that will ensure they stay in power, because they can rile up the people against each other. Because they know.
I want to know what's the reason why they want to divide us.
Well, hold on. No, stop. I said stop, bro.
Well, yeah.
You kind of really overwhelming the show. Like, I am sharing the mic, right? But I'm being very gracious, but you just can't go on forever. I got a program to run. I still got clips to play and all that. Now, I ain't gonna let you just keep going when she asks a question and a whole nother hell no. We ain't doing that. The answer is very simple. They want to divide to conquer. They can't conquer us if they don't divide us. Divide and conquer. See, I ain't gonna make that like a whole, segment. I just got to. So, but I do want to play this video real quick though, and get back to this whole free speech topic, because I'm really not trying to debate nobody on whether or not our votes matter. I'm really trying to debate them on, do they think that free speech is under attack or not? That's really what I really was hoping the show would go about, because I'd like to speak freely. So I'm very concerned with how everyone's moving in the area of targeting free speech. So I really want to stay focused with that.
When it comes over, if it rains, it's a wipeout. And
let me put the audio on for y'all.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction.
Oh, my God. I think very good. And by the way, listen, the way Trump came in with that answer was fucking funny to me, bro. It was, I think, very good. And by the way, you see the trucks right there. We're building a big ass, you know what I'm saying, ballroom over here, man. It's gonna be fantastic.
Over the last day and a half, sir.
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay? And it didn't just happen once.
When I heard it, I was in the midst of, building a great, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? They don't have a ballroom. They have to use tents on the lawn.
Can you believe that? Fucking tents. I mean, come on. These fucking snobs. Like, what kind of barbarians are these people? Fuck tents. Fucking tents. For 150 years at the White House, right? fucking pricks. Like, come on, what kind of poor snobs? So what you think about Charlie Kirk, Trump? Well, yeah, I'm over that, but tense, really? Tense. Like, what the fuck?
For President Xi, when he comes over, if it rains, it's a wipeout. And so I was with the architects that would design. It's going to be incredible. And they came in, they said, Charlie Kirk is dead. I didn't know what.
And soon as I got the news, they, you know, I was in the new ballroom where they hadn't built it yet technically, but the trucks were there, and they was like, Charlie Kirk is dead. And the first thing popped in my head was fucking tense. 150 years, tense. Really?
What they meant. They said, he was dead. Charlie Kirk was shot. And they thought he was dead because it was so horrific, you know. And they said, dead.
And then we...
Oh, man, that's crazy. Trump was like, yeah, they told me he got shot and they thought it was so horrific, but I was like, is he dead? Because, I mean, if he just would have got shot in the liver or something. Anyway, about this ballroom. Is he dead? Then leave me alone. Right? Did you get the news right? He's on life support. Okay, well, he's not dead yet. Let's talk about this ballroom, right? I was thinking of flamingos in the corner over here, just walking around with MAGA hats on and just, yeah, like, come on.
Charlie Kirk was shot. And they thought he was dead because it was so horrific, you know. And they said, dead.
And then we installed the most beautiful chandelier. Sconces you wouldn't believe. There's something wrong with them. There really is. I mean, who thinks like that? And why are we building a $200 million ballroom in the White? Is it possible that he's doing it intentionally so we could be bad about that instead of the Epstein list?
Oh my God, Jimmy Kimmel, that was some, yo, listen, Jimmy is a good, bro, that was so American. Think about this. We live in a country where this kind of content is what make America America. Other countries have looked at us and envied us for so many years that we can stand up in America on TV and talk like this about our president. It's not inciting violence, it's actually real ass comedy. That's why it's so funny. And it's a very glimpse as to what the old America used to be. Freeze this in time because we entering a whole new America that's gonna be a dictatorship under Trump. So yeah, Trump got this man fired for that. He didn't even disrespect the man's death. He didn't mock his death. He just made some jokes out of some real moments that Trump actually, it is funny, Trump, how you responded like, come on, that's funny, bro. And it'll be like all of us, right? We in a room, we doing something together as a group. We go to joking. Everyone's joking on everyone. No one cares. Trump is even laughing at other people. And now it's Trump's turn to get joked on about something. And Trump started kicking people out the room. Give me my stuff back. You know, like one of them little kids. We all was joking on each other. And we was all cool with it when it was my turn and stuff. Your turn to get joked on, but because you president, you in power, I'ma use my power to get the people that joke on me, bro. That's scary. That's scary. This the kind of man in power, bro, that can't take a joke. All of us need to be concerned. That's some real dictatorship type stuff, bro. Real talk. Like, and this is how the tech bros think. If you talk about me on my platform, I'ma censor your content type stuff. Using my power in America to target free speech, but get away with it because it's done through the corporations. The tech bros control all of the platforms that we use to communicate over. So we censored. You can't say certain stuff. The war on free speech been around, and the same people that's been waging the war on free speech just so happen to be the people Trump got around him. He built the surveillance system. He want to spend his time policing what we say, do, and all of that, and holding it against you in society, which is a social crediting system, no matter how you put it. So I'm going to leave the matter of fact, I was supposed to have like a call-in show where different people call in with smoke, but I mean, I ain't gonna force it, but the link is there. I'm gonna go back to reviewing this video though. Because I want y'all to see exactly what Trump did to get this man removed.
I'm not a
and yeah, shout out to Poetic Flacco for the great journalism. I ain't no hater when you got quality stuff, brother. So what I do want to point out is the portion here in particular where Trump uses his power to get the man off air. Hold on a second. Here it is right here.
To Charlie Kirk's death. So the joke was about Trump, not Charlie Kirk. So now the Charlie Kirk excuse is out the window. And then they try to run game on us like how Trump ran game on us with Stephen Colbert. The world knows that Trump got Stephen Colbert fired because Colbert called him out. Trump made calls to get him fired. But because Trump understands the optics, he can't just come out and claim it. So he hid behind the ratings, right? To give this veil that he's pro-free speech. Trump will write, everybody is saying that I was solely responsible for the firing of Stephen Colbert from CBS late night. That is not true. The reason he was fired was a pure lack of talent and the fact that this deficiency was costing CBS $50 million a year in losses.
So y'all think after all these years of Jimmy Kimmel being on air, they're just gonna fire him for lack of talent all of a sudden, right when he make those jokes about Trump? And those jokes about Trump that he made show that he's very talented. So, like, to say a person lacks talent, that's very vague. That ain't really nothing we can tangibly put our hands on and say why you fired him. He been there so long, you just thought that he lacked talent yesterday? You know how long he been there? So that's interesting. We already know what it is. But the fact Trump trying to play us like that should be a concern.
And it was only going to get worse. And then Trump gave us a warning. He said what? Next up, my next targets will be an even less talented Jimmy Kimmel and then a weak and very insecure Jimmy Fallon. The only real question is who will go first? Showbiz and television is a very simple business. If you get rating, you can say or do anything. If you don't, you always become a victim. Colbert became a victim to himself. The other two will follow. He told y'all Jimmy would be next, and Jimmy Kimmel was next because he criticized him. Jimmy Kimmel made a joke about Trump on national television. So then Trump had the chairman of the FCC contact ABC and let him know, hey, bruh, yo, take him off air or else we will revoke your broadcasting license. Well, that's an easy decision. Jimmy, you off air for criticizing Trump. Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, he's about to do a very big acquisition. However, the acquisition teeters the lines of monopoly. Monopoly laws are at risk here because this acquisition would essentially give Disney a monopoly over sports streaming. They would have too big of a chunk in sports streaming. They need the government.
I'm gonna skip around.
Protecting free speech was a very important part of like that election. A very important part.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
This dude is a sneaky devil, bro.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
And now you're doing it. Now under his administration, he's literally inciting violence against the left, waging war on an entire political party because of what a young crazy white boy did. You see that?
We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities.
Our own government encouraged private companies to silence people who dared to utter what turned out to be an obvious truth. So I come here today not just with an observation, but with an offer. And just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree.
All right, so do we have a shout out to the Dulce effect? Shout out to the Dulce effect. Do we have anyone? Do we have anyone on the call that think that people should get fired for mocking Charlie Kirk's death? Because that's the ultimate testament to free speech. Like you got to be able to defend the most distasteful speech, and that's really what free speech about. It ain't about defending the stuff we like. We like it. It's about defending the stuff even we don't like. They have a right to say it.
It's also about being able to challenge authority, and the authority just turns around and do the opposite of what they say when it's them the one being challenged.
I'm gonna put a poll up. Let me see what the poll gonna be. The poll gonna be, dang, how do I word it? Because yeah, is free speech under attack? Yeah, but that ain't really what I'm trying to ask y'all. Let me see.
Sanchez, do you think they got a case, a First Amendment case, that they can get compensated for? Because it's clear to me that they First Amendment rights was violated. If they got fired from their job, which was to entertain and speak their mind, that was their job.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
what I put. I found what? Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody want to hop on. I just shout out to the panel. Salutes to you, Marlon.
You think they got a case?
Yeah, I do. I think it's just how hard it is to sue these big corporations, like how hard it is to get representation to sue somebody like McDonald's, Walmart, like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
It seems pretty cut and dry. They didn't like what they said, and they got fired for what they said. So anything, even surrounding the Charlie Kirk, all these people, they got a class action. Mocking is not a violation. Inciting something to incite somebody or threaten somebody is illegal. But a joke on TV, doing your job to tell jokes on TV, and the political party in power don't like it, that's dictating.
Can I chime in on that point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Sinclair Broadcast Group is the station over the Jimmy Kimmel show. They have a contract with ABC for distribution. They have about 35 different news broadcast stations, mostly in the southern parts of America where a lot of Black people are. It come out of Baltimore, D.C. It was founded by a dude named Larry Sinclair Smith. His son, David Dennison Smith, now is over in Baltimore. He has deep ties to Donald Trump. He was actually arrested for giving fellatio to a guy in a parking lot in Howell for crystal meth. and he was sanctioned to run those ads and commercials. He was big, and he actually introduced pornographic videos in Baltimore's red light district. And there was a lot of child underage trafficking back in the 70s, and it's all connected to David Dennison, Smith, Trump, and Epstein. Sinclair Broadcast Group, they are a publicly traded company. Most of the stocks are owned by Vanguard. And we know Vanguard is one of the big three. Outside of Vanguard, an individual named Mario Gabali owns it. He's Jewish. And then when you look at ABC's owned by the Walt Disney Company. The Walt Disney Company is owned by Vanguard and BlackRock, which are the big three. And if you look at Sinclair Broadcast, and you guys can look it up on Wikipedia, it specifically says when it comes to the company, it has been reported that every news station under Sinclair's umbrella is required to syndicate commentary that comports with its owner's ideological views, which is Republican, best friends with Donald Trump. This goes deep. This is a silencing. Even around the time when Donald Trump was the attempted assassination attempt happened to him, he was having problems because the Jewish people were pushing the anti-Semitic bill, which did not pass, and now they have a really newly introduction of it. And I think that they're using this moment to convert Charlie Kirk into a pro-Israel conservatorship turning point, and also to get that bill passed. Additionally to that, BlackRock being the one behind ABC affiliations and the distribution of the Jimmy Kimmel Show. Remember, they aired a commercial that featured the would-be Trump assassin. So they have been tied to assassination attempts against political parties that don't agree with them. So I just wanted to put that in the atmosphere, and it's a lot to unpack, and I can actually do that if you have any questions.
No, I think you should represent Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, salutes to this brother, and salutes to everyone in the chat room, and salutes to my brother Ironwork. Salutes to you, man. Thanks for hopping on. What's good, King Oz in the chat room? Eclipse, Awakening Minds. Shout out to all y'all. Yeah.
Can I say something about Jimmy Kimmel? I'm in the Hollywood area, and when I first came out here, broke, homeless, literally homeless on Hollywood Boulevard, it was Jimmy Kimmel who gave me a job, $15 an hour, getting audience into his show. He never let any of his staff mistreat me. And I was a poor black kid who couldn't even afford tennis shoes. I met so many people because of Jimmy Kimmel. And what they're doing to him is inhumane, and it's a part of a butt breaking. What's happening to Jimmy Kimmel right now is the same thing that happened to Kyrie Irving and so many other people, including Charlie Kirk. But, you know, and one last thing I wanted to say, JFK was assassin because he was assassin because the Jewish people tried to, they wanted to lobby America. Go back and listen to that speech that he gave. He was talking about the Jewish people that wants to lobby in America. He was actually going to put in law that Jewish people cannot lobby in America without having to register as a foreign entity. And because he was assassinated, that law just fell apart. And all of his work and his ideology, JFK, about black people and stuff, it kind of like transferred credit over to the next president. But he was assassin because he gave that speech. And that speech was against Jewish people running these companies that can just hit a switch and crash American economy, and trying to lobby in America through corporations and political figures to establish power and stuff. This is exactly what they did over there, and that's why Hitler exterminated them out of Germany. They go and infiltrate.
Well, let me also say
parties.
let me say this real quick, bro. You seem very eloquent. You seem very radio savvy. You should know that when you say stuff like what you just said about the H dude and the Germany situation, to code it a certain way, right?
Yes, I'm here.
So what I'm going to say is, let's just pass the mic at this point, brother.
Cool. I'm sorry. And I respect that. And I know it's not a disagreement. We really got to protect ourselves, and I'm sorry for that, bro.
Yeah. You know. So we don't agree with what Hitler did to nobody. And we ain't sympathizing with Hitler or agreeing with his exterminating of no group of people. That'll make me a hypocrite. So just like I don't think Charlie Kirk's supposed to be put to death for what he's saying, you know, I'm just not with no dictatorships of no form. So you know, the conversation about, you know, the dude with the mustache, that's got to be a whole stream on its own. Because I do think that there's a lot of things we have talked about that ain't true and is true, and just, you know, we got to make up our own mind. But I'm moving forward. I got to play this clip, man. Salutes to everybody in the chat room.
Does it come down across the board as a result of course, people just don't watch nearly like they did? I mean, I can go back, and so can my colleagues, to remembering, though, the times of Johnny Carson. Now, again, to that point, Chairman, I mean, you know, the administration in power was typically the subject of most of his jokes, as would seem to be the case now. I mean,
well, Wayne Carter, it is the thing about when you say ain't no free speech on YouTube, you right. But the thing is, what he just said, he can put it this way. It's free speech if you know how to code shit. It's a little tricks around shit, right? You can spell stuff out, explain stuff. And one thing we know, that if you're on social media a lot, it's like you look green when you get on someone's show and you have to be taught that. And then you also look like an agent. People go, I gotta watch him, because we all know this, like gamer slang and stuff. Like, we all know how to talk on here. So just a root tool, man. I ain't gonna harp on it, but salutes to the panel.
these are comedians we're talking about. This is not the news.
Well, look, I can tell you, Jimmy Kimmel is no Johnny Carson, and the issue that arose here, where lots and lots of people were upset, was not a joke. It was not, making fun or pillaring me or the administration or the president. It was appearing to directly mislead the American public about a significant fact of probably one of the most significant political events we've had in a long time. Certainly the most significant political assassination we've seen in a long time. And so I think that's
I don't think anybody's going to try and defend what Kimmel said. And I certainly defer to the decision-making of the company itself in terms of saying this was beyond the bounds. But I do wonder, and I think many people do, whether you really are just targeting comedians who who typically through the years have made fun of political figures in a way that because the president simply is offended by it.
No. Look, again, broadcast TV is different. We're on a cable show right now. You don't have an FCC license. You don't have an obligation to serve the public interest. Podcasts don't either. Stand-up comedians, whether they're on lots of forms of communications, don't. And Kimmel is free to do that. But if you have a broadcast TV license, that means that you have something that very few people have. And you're excluding other people from having access to that valuable public resource. And it comes with an obligation to serve the public interest. And again, over the years, there's been a rule in place at the FCC that local TV stations get to preempt programming that they don't think meets the needs of their communities. But recently, these national programmers, ABC, Disney, Comcast, NBC, they've been exercising outsized control and power over those local TV stations, and there's been no pushback. And this is a very significant moment because local broadcasters are now pushing back on national programmers for the first time that I can think of in modern history. And that's one of the things we want at the FCC. We want to empower local broadcasters that have the public interest obligation to push back on national programmers so that people have more choice.
That kind of, it's interesting. Some people have pulled some of your old posts, Chair Carr, including this one from 2019.
Instead of dealing with the truth on what the man said, like people want more choice because it's like you want to turn on TV and just hear a bunch of MAGA Trump propaganda on every channel, or do you want to hear some opposition that's balancing it out? See, that's what I'm saying. Because in a third world country, let's just say you're in North Korea, right? The only thing you're going to hear on the North Korean radio is all about the royal family that's in power. You are never going to hear nothing on a radio that's making the royal family look bad. Now, we don't live in a dynastic dictatorship in America. So the president can't act as a royal figure of power. We don't live in a royal dynastic type government, but it's like, yeah, he's trying to make it to where all the propaganda on your media is pro-Trump. That's like the beginning of a dictatorship, like almost what the dude with the mustache had in Germany. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying, yeah. That's why people is concerned. That's what this dude is saying on this interview.
The government censors speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of the, quote, public interest. How do you square what you're saying with those old posts? And is there pressure now, for example, for Comcast to drop Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers the way the president suggested?
Well, two things. I've been very, very consistent when it comes to the internet. We want, wide open, robust, debate, and there's no public interest standard there. There's no licensing obligation there. But again, broadcast TV is simply different. Particularly during COVID, we saw this massive surge in censorship on the internet by Facebook, by previous owners of Twitter, and I pushed back very strongly there. But again, broadcast is different. They've got a license, and they're free to go on the internet and do whatever they want. But if they want to keep access to those valuable airwaves, I've been clear. We're reinvigorating the FCC's enforcement of public interest. And it's a good thing. I mean, look, trust in the media is at an all-time low. It used to be more trusted than Congress, at least they could say, but now they've fallen beneath Congress. I think, gas station sushi probably polls better in terms of trust than the legacy broadcast media right now.
That man said gas station sushi. That's crazy. Shout out to Paul Wolfrain. Thank you for helping us reach this goal, Paul. Appreciate the super chat and you for being a member of the channel as well.
Chair Carr, Jim Cramer. According to the New York Times, late Wednesday, I'm just quoting here, Sinclair, another owner of many local TV stations, said that it would also suspend Mr. Kimmel's program and called on Mr. Kimmel to apologize and make a meaningful personal donation to Mr. Kirk's family and the activist political group Turning Point USA. Do you think?
And that's another thing. So it's like Trump using his power as a form of extortion, because Jimmy Kimmel criticized him. He fired the man. Now they saying if Jimmy Kimmel pay a certain amount of money to Charlie Kirk's organization, No Turning Point, they'll let him back on air. So it's kind of hypocritical because you saying y'all taking him off the air because he ain't got no talent. Then Trump just say that. Trump said in his tweet, the reason Jimmy Kimmel and all the others are being removed because they just ain't got no talent. But if they donate to Charlie Kirk's organization, oh, they talented again. We gonna put them back on air now. Yeah, it's crazy how Trump using real government departments and agencies to do his personal attacks. We ain't never really saw this before on a level like this with any other president. Like, that is crazy.
I think that's an appropriate remedy of the situation.
I think Sinclair has every right to call for that. Again, Sinclair affiliates with Disney. They take Disney contract. They have a contractual relationship with Disney, and that's between the two of them to figure out, what's going to make sense to make both of them comfortable with the relationship going forward. But again, over the years.
Yeah, Trump can't fire him, and Trump didn't fire him. But we never said that. No one said that. We've been covering this for a while. What they said is Trump had him fired. You know how certain people with power can use their power and make your boss do what he's told, because when Trump had the FCC to threaten NBC for their commercialing license, that's an easy choice. We gonna let this man go. That's like if I work at a liquor store. I'm the owner of a liquor store. And the people who give out your liquor licensing say, listen, you can either fire this one employee that you got working for you, or we taking your license from you. What you gonna do? You gonna be, even if you've been eating dinner with that man and his family every month, you gonna say, bro, I love you, but we gotta let you go, man. We ain't losing our license now for now one of these employees. And so they let Jimmy Kimmel go. But it shows you the power. But think about it. If a person worked for the licenses department that'll be a misuse of their power, a misuse of their authority. You know what I'm saying? To use that to get back at somebody you hired or whatever. So that's what Trump doing on a bigger level.
It would be unthinkable for Sinclair, for Nexstar, for local TV stations to actually say, you know what? We're not going to take this particular programming that's coming out of New York and Hollywood and send it to Pennsylvania and Utah. And so the idea that local broadcasters feel like they can push back, I think that's a much, much healthier dynamic for the country right now.
Okay. Yeah, but
censorship right there.
Yeah, it is.
That's all it is censorship. Because now ain't nobody else gonna say that.
This morning.
Indefinitely, this
is definitely facts, though. Who else we got on here? Oh, what's up, Caribbean Gems? What's good? How you doing?
Hi, Sanchez. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
I just want to say sorry about last time. It was a little bit yelly.
Yeah, nah, you good. No apologies needed. It's all good. So I do think that like they using this man's death to, get rid of free speech. That's my conclusion.
I totally agree with you on that.
Got some more clips for y'all though. We got to definitely review this Piers Morgan's debate between the amazing Lucas. That was a good one. It's a classic debate, a historical moment in politics, man. We all young political cats. Get your debate skills up. Barack Obama actually said a lot of real stuff about Charlie Kirk, man.
This. Former President Barack Obama officially addressed the Charlie Kirk situation at an event in clip number 1 of President Obama in Pennsylvania.
Look, obviously I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I was generally aware of some of his ideas. I think those ideas were wrong. But that doesn't negate the fact that what happened was a tragedy and that I mourn for him and his family. He's a young man with 2 small children and a wife who obviously, and a huge number of friends and supporters who cared about him. And so we have to extend grace to people during their period of mourning and shock. We can also, at the same time, say that I disagree with the idea that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. That's not me politicizing the issue. It's making an observation about who are we as a country. I can say that I disagree with the suggestion that my wife or Justice Jackson does not have adequate brain processing power. I can say that I disagree that Martin Luther King was awful. I can disagree with some of the broader suggestions of that liberals and Democrats are promoting a conspiracy to displace whites and replace them by ushering in illegal immigrants. Those are all topics that we have to be able to discuss honestly and forthrightly, while we still insist that in that process of debate, we respect other people's right to say things that we profoundly disagree with. That's how we should approach this. Now, the last...
Okay, there's another clip where the president...
Yeah, so that was a good point that Barack Obama, I mean, I thought that was on point, so, you know.
It's about Joy Reid, a black...
Yeah, Obama kept it G.
Woman,
No,
about
I mean,
Michelle...
I'm talking about Kirk. I never knew Kirk thought that 1964 Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
Yeah, you got to go back and catch up with him, man. He had a lot of crazy ideas.
Obama, another black woman, about the new Supreme Court Justice, the newest, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and says,
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
That was just said with a lot of vitriol. Like, there is a rumor that Charlie Kirk had one of his college slots stolen when he was 17 years old by a black woman. That this is a rumor that's floating around, and that is why he was bitter and why he didn't go to college, why he went this path of saying these insane things. But he's pretty directly targeting 4 people there, 4 black women. Michelle Obama, he says, Joy Reid, president that we've had, fan of this processing power, violence.
And so when I hear not just our current president, but his aides, who have a history of calling political opponents vermin, enemies,
fascists,
who need to be targeted, that speaks to a broader problem that we have right now. And something that we're going to have to grapple with, all of us, whether we're Democrats, Republicans, independents. We have to recognize that on both sides, undoubtedly there are people who are extremists and who say things that are contrary to what I believe are America's core values. But I will say that those extreme views were not in my White House. I wasn't embracing them.
President Obama is making a key distinction here, and I can already see the mad comments. People are going to say,
I think the most powerful fact is that Charlie Kirk would still be alive now if him as a white man would have focused a little of his energy, just a little bit, on these young white boys who are mass shooters, assassins, because he ended up being a victim to one of them. You see what I'm saying? That's my whole thing, that I think white men should learn from Charlie Kirk's death, but they using it to spin the bottle right back at black people, which is crazy, because every time you turn around, they getting sniped and shot at these rallies, and it ain't by black people, you know. So it's just crazy that black people ain't gonna do nothing but mock your death. They ain't gonna cause it. That's a fact. And you know, you gotta ask yourself, like, which one is the bigger threat? So you gonna stop me from talking, or you gonna stop these young white mass shooters from shooting? Because you stopping me from talking ain't gonna stop the fact that you getting sniped at every other rally, whether I mock it or not. You know. So that's the whole hypocrisy of this thing. They care. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he ignored the real danger to himself, but that came out of left field anyway, though. That's why I think that came, not just from that dude that they're calling the trigger. I think that was a bigger message from the bigger, it was bigger than just that one guy. That's all. I'm always gonna feel like it was bigger than that one guy.
He felt like Michelle Obama was really a dumb woman who got her position from affirmative action, But see, what you will have
her position as the president's wife.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's saying just like any prestigious black woman in power, her position is given to her like on some DEI. He brought up Michelle Obama, but I don't know exactly why he brought her up, because like, what is her position? I was thinking the same thing, but that's just him just trying to hate on somebody that's, I don't know.
That's considered above him.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because,
salute, Mr. Sanchez. Salute.
Salutes to you, conspiracy theorists. How you doing?
I just want to say, to me, I noticed two different, what's this guy? This Charlie Kirk. I noticed two different ones. I see one that has like smaller teeth, and then I see one that has bigger teeth. And the smaller teeth one was the older one. So I'm thinking maybe there was a real Charlie Kirk that was like independent and this and that. And then maybe somebody tried to coerce him to go with them. He said no. They did him in on the low, on the low secretly, and then brought in this either lookalike or one with a mask. That's an initiate. I gotta watch what I say because I know these keywords, they going crazy right now with the censorship. So I'll be scared to even talk. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I see that a lot. And y'all cooking tonight, man. Keep rolling. I'm here.
Sure.
Sanchez.
Hey, how you doing? Ironwork. Salutes, man.
Salute, man. Salute. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for getting the panel together. Thanks for putting this show together too, man.
Oh yeah.
I want to kind of double down on what you said, because one thing I'm starting to notice is that I don't feel that it's looking like it get worse from here. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I'm saying that is because I feel, and I hate having to point the finger, but it's one of those things where it's like, yo, the racism is what's making this crazy. If you look at it, I hate to have to say it, but I gotta say it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't like me for it, but I don't give a fuck. Like, again, the white racism against people of color or black people, you know what I'm saying? They can't help themselves a lot of times. They want to shut people up for talking mess about Charlie Kirk. You know what I'm saying? And now we've gotten to this point. And I'm sure they probably didn't want for that to happen, for it to get to this point. But we're here still. It don't matter because we're here. If you look at it, the same thing goes with this whole gun control craziness. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have a problem with this gun control stuff until black people started to get guns so we could protect ourselves because of all kinds of nonsense that they bestow upon us. And as soon as the rabbits started getting a gun, Ronald Reagan, what happens? California, and then the rest is history. You already know the history, or maybe you don't. Well, check it out. You know what I'm saying? Look into it. The rest is history. Again, it's because of racism. Every single time, everywhere you turn, this racism is the issue. It's the issue that they refuse to talk about. It's the issue that it turns into, well, I don't see color. Well, I didn't own slaves. Shit like that. And then it's a situation of where motherfuckers wind up chasing their own tail. We go in circles. Nothing gets complete. Nothing gets taken care of. And it's all because they refuse to address the race issue. Let me tell you something, man. I'm more than capable, and I'm more than happy to hold myself accountable for the fuck ups that I make in this life. And that goes for most black folks. You know what I'm saying? You know it. How many times do we as a people, we may do something and then we'll have a forum, we'll have a sit down, and it could be public, and we'll discuss, our errors. We'll discuss, hey, how can we make it better? Whether we make it better or not, that's another issue. But we discuss it. We talk about it. We sit, we talk about it. We look for a solution. A lot of times, man, white folks, it seems like they don't want solutions. You offer them a solution, they're like, nah, I didn't do that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? You talk about reparations, you offer, hey, man, this is a way forward. They don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's to this, it's to that. We're already paying for this, we're already paying for that. And it's like, yo, the shit's never going to get fixed. It's never going to get fixed. And I hate to have to be a Debbie Downer, but it's the truth. A lot of it is because they refuse to do the small shit. And the small shit is just sitting your ass down, slowing it down a lot, and coming to the table and being like, all right, where are we fucking up? And then you have to accept the criticism. But the thing is because of that lack of accountability, we here again. We here to where now they're going to take our First Amendment rights, or they're shooting for it, but it's going to happen because a lot of times white folks just can't help themselves, man. The racism is so ingrained in them. I'm sorry, it just is. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because it just is. It's so ingrained in them that they just can't help themselves, man. And I'll just let it land over there.
I want to play a lot of people. A lot of people is making this claim right here. Like, I got to show you how ridiculous this is, right? Listen to this.
Is this the guy you're calling a racist?
Give me one thing that white people and black people have different biologically.
Don't change the question of this. Like, DNA-wise, we are different.
No, we're not. That's a lie. It has been disproven. Front page of National Geographic 6 months ago. Racism created by society. Race is a social construct that I want to break out of.
Hold up. He doesn't even believe in race. The Oxford English Dictionary defines racism as prejudice based on race, or the belief that some races are inherently
Now, dude can't be this dumb. Just because a man say he don't believe in race, I can't call him a racism. Because I can't call him a racist because he say that. Because check this out. That's like saying I can't call a Christian a devil just because they practice Christianity, even though we see them doing devilish things. You see how stupid this logic is? Because check it out. Charlie Kirk believed in race when he started talking about violence because he put a race on it. He say black violence. If Charlie Kirk didn't believe in race, he would just say we got a violence problem in America. He wouldn't say we got a black violence problem because black is a race, right? See, he only see race when he want to, and he don't see it. When he say that ain't no such thing as race, is when he want to undermine minds. You see what I'm saying? But when he's go into his whole racism thing, is when he specify minds as the cause of all the problems. That's the tactic of the white supremacists.
Very deceptive.
Facts.
It's like saying you're smart because of what you know, when you're not smart because of what you know. You're knowledgeable because of what you know. You're smart on how you move, the moves you make, how you move. That's what makes you smart, based on what you know. Mm-hmm. He proved himself as a contradiction. Every time he opened his mouth, you're going to say that man, because the man said something was, he quoted National Geographic. That means that we got to ignore what he show us.
Yeah.
It's just foolish. When you turn a blind eye to something, it only means you're not going to see it when it's coming. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
For
it.
sure, brother. I think that I just learned this last night too, man, that basketball is just like music when it comes to getting young black men locked up. Because just like the music is influencing them to get locked up, so is the basketball. Because in basketball, it's for one, majority black. For two, you got to look at the words in there. Shoot, you got shoot. Shoot is to shoot a gun. You got steal. Steal is to rob someone. You got run. Run is to run from the cops.
What's happening right now?
I gotta push back. I gotta push back on you.
Sanchez, what's happening right now?
Yeah, I gotta push back. That's very bizarre right there, man. Yeah, bro. Because you can actually use basketball and get them to shoot the ball instead of shooting a gun.
That's true too.
Hey, let me ask you this. What about what young white man is doing? Like the one that shot Charlie Kirk from the roof. What is they doing?
Like they're stealing the land from us.
Right, enemy. Why do these white people got all these facts and opinions about young black people, bro? You ain't no different from Charlie Kirk. Tell us something about that crazy mug that shot Cuz from off the roof.
And then the foul behavior they display on a daily basis. That's foul. All those attributes.
Foul, like foul ball, like all the white people that's in baseball. Yeah, break it down.
Yeah, go on. I'm saying you can't put that on us. Basketball, no. Putting people, without a criminal system, a system that criminalizes people, jails are just empty warehouses. And laws and penalties are based on the essential necessities of the police officers and the damn correction officers in that area. All you gotta do is do the knowledge to the time you do for particular crimes and see how much their necessities cost. It'll line right up. It will line right up. 3 to 5 for a gun charge. Okay, that's how much it takes to pay for a car. 3 to 5. If you get a brand new car. Student loans, about 10 years. That's vehicular homicide, drug charges, murder, manslaughter, 25 to 30 years. That's a mortgage. All you gotta do is line all these things up, and the penalties are based on their necessities.
And so
our stuff is promoted, though. I mean, if you really look at it, it's more them committing more crime, but it's not spoken on. Like with us, it's advertised. It's blown. With them, it's not. But it's really, if you look at the numbers, they're doing way more than us. That's how they were able. That's why they were able to ignore the mass shooter. The majority of the mass shooter, when that subject was brought up, that was the last topic he was arguing. When one of the students asked him to address that, he said, "Can I include gang violence?" Gang violence ain't mass shooting though. It's a whole different subject.
If you look at, they always talk about law and order, and if you look at shootings, the police, they act like they're afraid of us, but it's them that kill the cops most. A man in Pennsylvania killed 3 cops just yesterday.
I saw a video, man, of a man that it's an old video, but it was a white dude that had a gun, and he was out in front of his store. The store owner was locked himself inside. The police came, showed up, and tried to talk the dude down until he actually shot one of them in the face. Now, if that's a black man, he dead on sight. On sight, they got it. You know what I'm saying? And that is the still the same thing that that I'm saying is that they ignore what they do. But
they want to avoid the conversation of the violence they commit. They don't want to have that conversation because they're the ones who's mainly implicated in it, and they love to deflect when we try to have that conversation about the violence in America. They don't want to address that situation because it implicates them.
And then with the Charlie Kirk situation, there's one of us that's already been beaten and hung. Are y'all aware of that?
Yes, more than one. More than one.
More than one. Yeah, I was gonna say more than one, but I was.
It's more than one. More than one hanging since then, brother.
Since then. So
how many people went to jail for the George Floyd challenge when all these white people was on social media faking like they was mocking and kneeling on that? Right, you hear me? How many people? Right, how many people? Right. Right, but they were mocking his death. I want to know how many people lost their job for the Trayvon Martin challenge when they was wearing hoodies and putting Skittles in their hands and stuff, making fun of that. You did what I'm saying? Like since when was death off limits for free speech? Because it ain't never been off limits for black people. You know what I mean? I've seen
kill somebody,
a lot of people die and get made fun of.
Yeah, cops choking brothers out and then wearing shirts that say "I can breathe," And then I
That's a
noticed,
fact.
and then cops are actually doing. Cops were actually mocking the George Floyd thing. I know 2 cops got fired in
There you go,
Somerset, New
Sanchez.
Jersey. 2 cops.
Hey, Bobby.
Salute.
Bobby,
Salute.
Check
It says
this.
hilarious, huh?
Check this
No,
joint
but
out though.
is this true in Chicago, man, with the gun drops?
Check this out real quick though, cause don't let this meme right here crazy, cause it show you like you see them mocking Trayvon, doing what Bobby said, putting the knee on the neck, and all we doing basically saying, well, we don't care about Charlie Kirk. It ain't necessarily mocking.
It's not mocking.
And then they said the left has taken it too far. Arrest them, boy. That's this thing is crazy. Go ahead,
They want us
Marlon.
to,
I'm just saying, bro.
They want us to say we sad. We sad. That's what they want us
crazy.
to say.
Yeah, they do. But no, Bobby, remember the gun drops and is that a factual thing?
That's the myth.
Yeah,
That's a myth?
I've been saying that's a myth. They got
That's
the
the myth.
rappers. The rappers is. I'm gonna debunk the myth too. Here's the thing right here, right? We say the white man putting guns and drugs in the hood, but he's signing rappers, giving them millions of dollars, and guess what they doing with the money? They gonna go buy up the dope. They gonna buy up the guns and put the block on. We know how it go. So when the record labels are literally funding both sides of the gang war, let me show y'all something. Give me about 2 minutes. Let me show you. Give me about 1 minute. Right here's what happened. When they go overseas, this is how they usurp power and take land. They see tension among the natives. Then they fund both sides of the war. They get them to annihilate each other and decimate the land. And then the whole while, when they funding the war, they ain't giving you nothing. It's a loan. It's a loan, right? So you becoming indebted to them while y'all exterminate each other. The whole while, when y'all through, they gonna come in, rebuild the land, gentrify it, just like they do in Chicago, all these high crime areas. When they want a land, they will go in, seed the tension, seed the violence, put the liquor stores, all that, bring the land value down, then come take it all over. They doing it on so many scales, and they doing it on you know, with us too. So that's I mean, I'm gonna fall back right there, man. That's how they putting the guns and drugs in the hood. They know what they doing.
National and international. They cause the problem, call themselves solving the problem, and then they rule them both. They did that with, you know, like you said, overseas. They paid for both sides. They gave Iran weapons, they gave Iraq weapons when they fought. The United States supplied both weapons, both sides of the weapons, and they propagated that war. They start with the propaganda machine. They got to paint you as ugly first before they send in their economic hitmen to get those resources from you, because it's always about the resources. They can care less if people are killing each other, if a president of a country is killing people, because you see that with Israel. They don't give a damn about that. So if they have such a moral standard of people, of lives being lost, they'll be over there fighting Israel, but they'll never do that. Instead, they'll go to countries that has a resource that they want, propagate, paint the leader as an ugly person, and then go over there and take, you know, we're fighting for democracy, or it's the war on terror when it's the war of terror, because I'm quite certain the people that they're bombing is terrified. So who's the terrorist here? The ones who's being bombed or the one who's dropping the bomb?
Reverse psychology is how they get down on the why everybody don't see it. They call Gaza the terrorists, the Hamas. That's an elected entity, and they are occupying that. They say, like Charlie Kirk said, Palestine don't exist. Palestine there 2,000, maybe 4,000 years, and it had all different kind of religions. You know, so they just took it and turned it into Israel. And this didn't happen until 48. So till 1948, back to BC. You know, it goes back to BC. From 1948, it was Palestine. 1948 going forward, it was an occupied land since the World War, since they brought us in, since they brought the Britons in, and they made that deal that they wouldn't interfere with Israel, you know, because they coming off of being Holocausted, remember? So they came off of being Holocausted to being the Holocauster right now to this day. So they flipped the script, and they've been using reverse psychology the whole time. So they take over the monetary system. They become the economic system. Once they're embedded in the economic, they're in control of that country. And right now they're the feds here. They're in control of the monetary system. They're in control of what's that? That World Health Organization. What's the name of that? The WHO, I think it is. And they're in charge of. A lot of the people that's over there are just dual citizens from over here.
Hey, salutes to the panel.
Salutes to you.
It's literally
salutes,
what
my
up,
brother.
Awakening?
What's up,
What
Bobby?
up?
Hey,
What
real
up?
quick,
Go ahead.
y'all. I was just looking this shit up, yo. I seen that Charlie Kirk's birthday is October 14th, which is the same birthday as George Floyd. You know, that's very ironic to me, right?
Yeah.
October 14th. But they just granted Charlie Kirk a national day, you know, which will be on October 14th. You know, ain't that crazy? So
That
we all
is.
gonna be celebrating nationwide his birthday. And when, you know, now they're bringing up mocking Charlie Kirk shit, but y'all did the same shit with George Floyd. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't even get a National Remembrance Day, you know, worldwide. You know, it's just hypocrisy, man.
It's a
Salutes to y'all, man.
it's a website right now. You can go type this in. It's literally dark humor, and it ain't nothing but Kobe Bryant helicopter jokes. You did what I'm saying? Bro, I'm trying to tell you. It's all memes of jokes of Kobe, jokes about him dying in the helicopter, him on fire. You know, that man died with his daughter. So obviously free
It
speech
wasn't
still
political
stands.
at all. It wasn't political at all.
But Charlie Kirk ain't political. He's not a
Sure enough.
politician. He's
No,
just
he's
a
not.
nigga that's talking.
Right.
That's my point.
A big mouth white.
They created, but they created that, you know, because of what it is. What he stood for is that deep hatred. He making them people happy.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm
point
saying
is
for
free
him,
speech.
right? It's still free speech that
still
should be
free.
allowed, though. They if they're able to talk about Kobe like that, you did what I'm saying. They should be able
I
to
agree
talk
with y'all.
about
I agree with
anybody.
y'all.
You're right. He's still a person
I
that's
agree
in the
with y'all.
public
I
view.
was just saying that, I was just saying that wasn't even somebody like, you know, that you could say was
Nah, it still don't matter though,
in any
Marlon.
way. You know what I mean? He was just black. So they did that to him just because he was,
He didn't. This is what I'm saying. Bobby ain't bringing that up even talking about Kobe. He's really talking about the people that was allowed to mock Kobe.
Exactly.
Don't let that go over your. Don't let that go over your head. I don't think
I'm just co-signing. No, I'm co-signing what Bobby
But
said.
I ain't gonna lie. But your co-sound sound like you don't really understand. To me,
Not true.
but I
But
feel you.
I'm co-signing. I'm saying he wasn't even somebody that mocking, you know, is a political thing. But he's a, you know, he's a
But you
real
know,
famous
even
person, and they hate him because of who he was as a black man. That's what they
even for years now, though, even for years now, you got shows like South Park and The Simpsons. They always mock black people to death. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. But all of a sudden, now here they come with this hate speech and free. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you how
proof that
biased
this is
they are,
against free
bro.
speech is
They're
that
real
he
biased,
got
bro.
shot in the neck.
Let
He
me show
got
you how
shot in the neck,
biased they
and then
are.
his shirt said freedom. If y'all see that, his shirt said freedom, and he got shot in the neck. Getting shot in the neck is a sign of free speech. Look it up in I forget what coding it is,
When people say
that's proof right there. His shirt say freedom, and he got shot right in the throat.
Check this out, right?
That's the symbolism.
We get you,
So
brother.
you saying it was
So
a political statement for sure.
brother. Hey, I don't know why Marley don't like for me to get in. But I'm gonna mute you this time when you hear. But my whole thing is this right here. Kobe, right? It says right here on his shirt what? Now,
can't breathe.
and anyone that say, well, Kobe ain't a political figure, he's more important than a political figure, because guess what? Political figures need celebrities, basketball players, rappers, all that. Kobe is automatically letting you know, I'm not with the left or the right. I'm from black people. I can't breathe. And that's a dude you can't buy out for the liberal or the conservative. I think Kobe was a huge political threat because he's a lone ranger, free to say. What if Kobe was alive now? He'd probably be like, look, man, the hell with Charlie Kirk. People can say what they want to say. I'm just saying. I believe
you think
that
he was taken out?
my whole thing is this. How many white people love Kobe Bryant because what he do in Los Angeles as a Negro chasing a ball? They probably, but that's what I'm saying. Even when he died, because black people are mourning and we're so affectionate about Kobe, they want to rub it in by mocking his death. But these the same people that'll buy tickets to the game. The reason they're mocking his death is because they mocking his death because they see how dear he is to you, and that's what black folks doing with Charlie Kirk.
You know,
exactly.
Our people got bent out of shape because people were having vigils and people were having memorials for Charlie Kirk, and I'm like, look, they should be able to have it because we need to know how these people feel, and it's going to expose those who rock with his sentiment. So we need to see these people having their vigils and their memorials, and see who rock with that dude's sentiment. We need to know that how people feel about us emphatically instead of, dealing with the phony nonsense. But let me show you how biased these people are. You see all these different memes up, putting Charlie Kirk with Malcolm X and putting him with Martin Luther King and, our people. But yesterday, I put a picture up with him standing next to Stalin, standing next to Hitler and David Duke. I put all four of them together. It took that down and violated me for it. It took it down and violated me for it.
That's so crazy. That is so. Hold up. So
Well, you just showing facts.
You know what's crazy about what he doing? You literally put the man up there with his own ancestors and not ours.
And they violated.
And he got violated for telling the truth. Golly. They trying to throw him. Bro, they're trying to throw him in the bracket with our civil rights leaders.
Exactly.
That's how do you? That's a smack in all black people face, bro.
That's just still showing
how I titled it. I said he's right where he belongs, with who he belongs. But maybe because I put all four of them at the gates of hell too, so I didn't mention that part.
Yeah, that might have been important.
That still shouldn't get you banned though, because
shouldn't. No, it shouldn't.
Because we know in a Christian land, some people go to heaven, some people go to hell. And when a person dies, we have to debate, do you think he went to heaven or hell? Who gets punished for saying, well, I believe he went to hell? Come on now, he got two places he can go. I said, I believe he went to this one, and so I can only think people you like go to heaven all the time. That's weird,
All the hell he raised and all the hate he spewed, people are saying, oh, he's with Jesus now, whatever that is. But that's what they're saying. And they're putting them with our people.
It still threw me for a loop that he said giving us civil rights was a mistake. You know what I'm saying?
Salutes. Marlon, yeah.
How y'all doing? What's up to the room? Respect to everybody. Respect to the chat. I just like to make a few points, and then I'm gonna duck out and get back in a room and listen. But I'm not surprised by any of this shit. I'm surprised that y'all surprised. All I see is a well-oiled machine doing exactly what it's meant to do. It's checks and balances on the people that they want to lift up. And there's no checks and balances, that they want to hold down. There's no checks and balances on the people who they want to be on their side of the storyline. And all this, to me, is just showing that it's two equal energies in opposite directions, causing this vortex that's stirring what they want to do. And I do think we need to bring light to the conversation, but more so I think that we should be looking forward to what are they trying to do and actually talking to the people about understanding this and trying to anticipate the next move to get them to get an understanding of what's going on.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The next move is taking free speech away from y'all. Listen, bro, before they can take your guns away, they got to take your speech away. Now, how many of y'all know why that's true? Because guess what? Think about it. If you can't make if anything you say, they can just target you and silence you for it. If they want to disarm you, anybody else will be too scared to even fight back or say anything about. We're reaching a government that if they can control narratives with their authority, you know what I'm saying? So like they can say in the future where you speaking against gun laws is dangerous because we see all these shootings that's happened, boom, boom, boom. Right. So, but I'm just saying, like, you take away one thing, it'll be easier to take away the other thing. If they want to start taking away our constitutional rights, they're going to do it one at a time. And the one that they own right now is free speech. It ain't no big conspiracy theory. We see what they're targeting here is free speech. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what is our recourse to maintain that free speech, though? If they decide to pull the plug on it, you know, what is our
so here's two things. Once we see that the free speech is gonna be taken because we're gonna vote for it and a consent for it to be taken because we're gonna be so emotional that someone said something that we don't like or it hurt our feelings, we're gonna ask the government for censorship. So that's what we gotta realize. We getting played like that, and we'll stop it right there in its tracks. We'll say, guess what'll happen? People will still be divided. They'll still be arguing and mocking each other death. But both sides will agree. Listen, we don't need nobody policing our mouths. That'll be like me and my brother Nasir get into a heated argument right now. And we say, look, man, we don't need no referee. This is my brother. Let us talk it out. We don't need no mama and daddy. You see what I'm saying?
Well, what I'm saying is the people in power, right now, that's working this thing right now. If they decide to take free speech away, they ain't gonna wait for us to vote on it. They just gonna take it away. Just like they took Jimmy Kimmel's job away. That just tells you right then and there. That is an example of what they're getting ready to do. You see what I'm saying? That's not that's not a threat. That's showing you that if we do this to our own, what would they do to you?
Brother, I don't think they have the power to take it. I think that what they're going to do is provide the conditions that allow us as a consensus, not us, me, you, and the guys on this panel, because we're a minority, but the majority just to hold a peace. Well, because I mean, that's how they work. They provide the conditions where you say, well, if we maybe we can get them to stop talking, then they'll stop creating these type of instances. When really these instances are the ones that are creating the other side of it anyway. I mean, but people will give up their safety to feel safe, and that's stupid as hell.
No, what I'm saying is they have that power right now. They sit down, the Congress, the Senate, and the president sign it right now. It ain't a future thing, an opinion thing. That's the power they have right now. They don't have to wait thing. They don't care about how we feel thing. It's just like they cut off him, they can cut off that amendment.
This is what you gotta realize. This is what you gotta realize. You can't turn on and off amendments like a light switch.
No, you can't.
And think that the American people ain't gonna revolt and rebel like when they tried to do that in other countries. Our government learned from other people's mistakes. They know you got to gradually take our rights away slowly but surely. And one day you're gonna look up and not even know they gone.
It's a ratcheted system, Sanchez. They ratchet it up a little bit at a time.
They're not going to be able to use
Why would you? Okay,
They're not
wait.
going to be able to use the people that they're pawns too much longer, because their pawns got something to say too. They're not going to be able to use them too much longer because it's a lot of disgruntled soldiers in the military. A lot of them.
Go to court.
I believe that. But
they're not going to be able to send everybody, especially send people into cities where their families at. They're not going to be able to do that too much longer because everybody has something to say and they want to say it.
Let me tell you something, Marlon, that you gotta realize. I'm gonna save you a lot. If you sink this in your skull, you'll get it, right? The people in power, don't like to take shit from us. They like for us to just give it to them.
Exactly.
So they've created psychological tactics and ways to make you just consent to things out of ignorance. And most of the time, the stuff that they take from us, they didn't literally take it. We gave it away out of our hypnotization and our all of that.
We allowed it to happen.
Exactly.
They can't take nothing from us. That's the quickest way to war. If they try to take it, it's too many white. Sanchez. There's too many white boys with guns. If they don't finesse it, you dig? It's all out war. So they gotta get it. They gotta give us to give it to them, and they're moving on our behalf. When they've never done that. But
yes, exactly.
Because it's just like this. They really want to drill a Neuralink chip in everybody's head and straight up take your soul out your body. But they just can't force that like that. They got to sell it to you like, hey, man, put this Neuralink on because you can cheat death. You can do this. You can do. And they got to make you hand it over like that. That's pretty much their approach with everything.
Also, look how much technology is supported by Neuralink that you're missing out on. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get into this realm, you need to get this Neuralink. You can upgrade everything in your life.
That's how they get you in.
They introduce it to you as something new and innovative.
They're just bringing back ancient times.
Shout out to Ghost Rider. Thank you, Ghost Rider, and to Ironwork. Appreciate the donations, man. Appreciate it. I put this meme on the screen. This was what Charlie Kirk said on May 2nd, 2024. Y'all can read it over. The reason I put this up here is because I said that they are actually disrespecting Charlie Kirk's death by targeting people who mock it. That's the paradox, that by targeting people who mock Charlie Kirk's death, you disrespecting the man. Yeah.
Agreed. I said it when it first
happened.
That's what makes honor him by saying fuck him.
Right.
That's how you honor him.
Right. Yeah. Basically, that's what they doing.
That was his motto. He said we should be able to say whatever we want to say without facing repercussion, but they're doing the exact opposite to us for being like him.
You know what let me know we're in trouble? The way that Donald Trump responded to when they said, man, so how you getting over Charlie's death? Well, let's talk about this ballroom. Like basically, but ain't nobody from MAGA. Yeah, like
salute to the panel, man. Salute to all y'all.
You know that these people are embarrassed, right? On the far right. You know that. I'm just trying to land real quick. You know that these people on the far right are embarrassed, man, because they don't even want to cover his reaction at all. They ain't even talking about the reaction at all because it's just hilarious. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, go ahead.
That's what he was salty about, Sanchez, because that's what he was salty about though, because it's like, nigga, y'all making this the biggest thing, and then when we ask you about it, he just like skated on it like it was ice. He ain't even really address it for real. And did you
don't care? That dude don't care about nobody.
Sanchez, did you see that Candace Owens? You see she's speaking out about the government now?
Well, she's controlled opposition, and what's crazy is I can't understand how people don't see that.
Yeah,
I can't understand how people don't see that.
Like now she's saying that she can't trust the feds and that the government basically trying to cover up his murder.
This is what you got to realize. The fact that she ever trusted him should make people look at her crazy. You just having a wake up moment. You got to think about it. Right, like think about it. It's people that's been in the know for decades. Candace Owens is the type person that'll tell you they're conspiracy theories and all that. Now she's having her aha wake up moment late as hell.
Yeah. Because now it's her friend, somebody close to home.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't trust these people, man. And the fact that we do it, it proves the Bible right that most Americans don't have critical thinking. Therefore, the beast will manipulate them.
Yeah, I think she getting scared because it's like, okay, well, if they got him, shit, they could be coming for me too. Like if it's inside, she basically saying it was an inside job.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Candace Owens, one thing we gotta realize is the world is a stage. Whether Charlie Kirk is really dead or not, people gonna debate that. But one thing is true, man. Everything we see is so that we can react a certain way. And once we know that Candace Owens is one of them, then we know whatever she doing ain't under her own will. She have handlers. And so we need to look at the people who following her and see how they're reacting. And guess how they all gonna react? They're gonna buy back into the American political system. All of the energy that Candace garnering, eventually she's gonna direct all of that energy back into the left or the right, into some political puppet, just like she did with Trump. So what all of these people know, they gotta keep Americans voting, believing in the system, believing in the puppets on the stage. So once they give you a puppet to believe in and you put him in office, they know that once he get in office, he gonna do everything opposite of what he said, because he can't do none of the stuff he was saying. He don't run nothing. He gotta get in there and follow the World Economic Forum's plan and follow the world elite, what they got planned. Facts. So guess what? Once he get in there and people see, well, Trump did the opposite and Trump lose support like he did, then the people that sold you that damn imposter got to act like they mad too. It'll be no different than if I have my homies rob all of us. And I know they my homies, I gotta act like I'm mad at them too. Like, man, they robbed me, but I know they gonna split the shit with me later.
White man can't jump.
That's how Candace Owens getting y'all. See, it takes street sense to see what these folks doing.
Nah, she ain't getting me. I just think it's crazy that she coming out now saying that they had something to do with it. Like, she don't usually talk like that. She usually be, you know, usually be cooning.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. Right. That's what I'm telling you. So they got her. Think about what I'm telling you, bro. She can't continue to sell you Trumpism, MAGAism out to all black people that got behind Trump started saying fuck him because he got right in there and spit in their face and did the opposite of what he said he gonna do. Right? Basically gave the country to Elon. Candace can't keep saying, no, let's rock with Trump. She's the black personality to sell black people Trumpism. And so when she can no longer sell them that, then she got to fucking act like, you know what? Think about this, right? I sell you some shit that I know flawed. I get all of y'all to buy into it, and then I act like I'm lost too, like why the shit is rigged or flawed. Like, that's what Candace doing. She sold us Trump. She knew Trump was gonna do what he doing, so now that he doing it, she gotta act like, oh, look at what Trump doing. Like, you know what?
Yeah,
on, bro.
Yeah,
like,
she knew what it was before she even got into politics. She knew what she was signing up for.
No.
She just admitted she's a Mason on her new podcast.
People like
it's viral everywhere.
People like Candace, right? Their job ain't to be loyal to the left or the right. It's to be loyal to the system of American politics and to sell it to you. So the whole thing with her, when it comes down to these puppets, you know, their things ain't to expose the fact that the puppets are attached to strings. Her thing is to say, well, this puppet messed up. That puppet got it wrong. Look at what Trump doing. Trump is an evil man. My job is to say, y'all, Trump ain't doing shit. Trump being controlled by the higher ups, and just like the Nets puppet, Candace gonna sell y'all after she through talking about Trump. They gonna arm her up to sell the Nets puppet. And the Nets puppet. These people are puppet sellers.
Keep the cycle going. Yeah.
Right. They don't care if it is Trump, or they want you to keep believing in the next man to give the bring forth the agenda of the world elite. As long as you believe in him, we can seat him in power. And once he get in there, it is out of y'all hand after that.
Yeah, sell you the illusion that the next person gonna be the one, but they never the one. But it's always the next person gonna get it right. But it never get right. It actually get worse.
That's what. Yep. And that's the whole thing about these people, is to say, look, it ain't the system of America that's wrong. It's just that we keep picking the wrong president. This is a gambling situation where I can hit the jackpot if I just pick the right slot machine. Now, all of these slot machines are rigged. You ain't gonna hit the jackpot on neither one. Keep trying. So they think that the answer is to pick a new slot machine and you can hit the jackpot, when the answer in this case is to quit gambling.
Right. Be a whole nother system.
It's simply because think about this, right? Once I see that every slot machine you put in front of me gonna take more money than they give me, should I keep gambling or stop gambling?
Well, that was the idea for the West.
It's simple.
Yeah.
I need to wash my hands.
Every president, every puppet they put in front of you gonna extract more wealth from y'all than it gives in this country. Which is, what's the purpose of a president in a capitalistic nation? You're supposed to be enriching Americans. Ain't that the shit Trump was talking?
Which American?
And you know the crazy part about it, Sanchez, people who got platforms like you, these the people who they looking for their advice now. Like people like you is the people who helping control their narrative now. They don't even go to their own resources no more. They looking online to see what people point out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they looking, they can't trust their own infrastructure is what I'm saying. Because they know it's flawed, but they'll still sell it to you though. Like you were saying, they'll still sell it, but they know it's flawed.
They do that to everyone, dude. They just want to take the credit and pretend that they're the heroes, like they did all the thinking, and they can be the good face so they can get more land and opportunities, like Sanchez said earlier.
That's fact.
It's really just the American it's just this American dream they just really be selling with the, you know.
Yeah, salutes to everybody on the panel. We have 2 rebel nomads joining. Yeah, man, welcome to the show, 2 rebel.
And the illusion of America being this free country, you know, it's starting to fall. So now they really panicking. It really been falling, but like, you know.
It's all connected to corruption. Geopolitical corruption.
Well, it was built on corruption from the start.
Well, when they came to the West, they had a new idea and they brought the old ideas, and this is why it is the reason it is today. They had fraternities and churches and all these things, and they deliberately broke up families and tried to keep people dunce. Yeah, even the Bible, they try to take away from people to have a little bit of peace. Nobody can even believe what is good and what is wrong anyway, and this is what they want. So they can come and control the narrative or take advantage of those people who are in a vulnerable state and never had the time to really understand the chess boards, like the pieces on the chess boards.
So listen,
I wonder why the word assassin got ass in it twice. Ass, and then N. Makes you wonder.
Like my guy,
Hey, get a hold of him, man, please.
And bro, like, come on.
Everybody in the world that open their mouth up every single day, whether you got a fucking education or not, deserve to be dead. And that's not true. Everybody in the world that open their mouth up every single day, whether you got a fucking education or not, deserve to be dead. And that's not true. And like I said, the same way I'm saying this for him as I'm saying this for anybody, no matter what their race is. He does not deserve to be dead. Just like Malcolm X didn't deserve to die at the Alhambra. Period. You should never be shot and killed for going outside and opening your fucking mouth and using your vocal cords. That's like getting shot and killed for waking up and taking a shit and wiping your ass.
Remember when you wanted to pull up on Rashad Jamal and shoot him for what he said?
Yeah, but he didn't say what Kirk. He didn't say, and I ain't say shoot. I was gonna do something worse to him. And he didn't say what he didn't say what Charlie Kirk said. If you trying to justify your misunderstanding, Rashad Jamal made a direct threat that you better never make, or I'm gonna pull up on you. But with that being said, Rashad Jamal made a direct threat to my children, and I will pull up on him. I done pulled up on niggas, and once again, you better never make that either, nigga, because I pull up on you. So
Rashad didn't make no
he did make a direct threat. He did, and the FBI knew he made it too. And once again, you better never make it, or I'll pull up on you. But with that being said, Charlie Kirk ain't make no direct threats. Especially he ain't make no threats about doing nothing to nobody kids. And so with that being said, he didn't say nothing where he deserved to die. Rashad Jamal said something where he gonna get broke up when we get in front of Kim Jong-un if he ain't already broke up already, which he should be. And like I said, you will be broke up too if you say it. I'll be at your house too. And with that being said, and I do go to niggas' houses for real. And with that being said, Charlie Kirk ain't say nothing where he deserved to die. He didn't. He didn't threaten nobody. He didn't threaten nobody kids. And so with that being said, I think you handling this situation the way that yours should be handled. So one day when you get up and you got a problem with something and you go outside, nigga, and you advocate and you express your constitutional rights and somebody pull up and blow your fucking head off, I'm gonna say, damn, that man was out there exercising his constitutional rights and ain't nobody give a fuck, but he ain't give a fuck, so we don't give a fuck about his. We gonna go to the next person that somebody do give a fuck. So at the end of the day, nigga, the law is the law. The law is the law. The law is not about
the law is the law.
Yeah.
So why you smoke weed?
That was a dumb comeback. Like, I ain't gonna even.
Yeah, that was a dumb comeback, Sanchez. Why you smoke weed? What?
It was a dumb comeback. I'm gonna stop that one right there. I just wanted to say, I don't think what young Pharaoh doing is wrong. You know what I'm saying? I agree with him. So when black folks try to push back at him, like, bro, can't disagree with everything. The man ain't supposed to die for free speech. That'll contradict the whole argument we making. So that's what I was saying. But yeah, too rebel.
I don't think nobody's saying that he's supposed to die for free speech, though, Sanchez.
No, I'm saying that people going against young Pharaoh on this video, and they're trying to find anything like, you smoke weed and all that. And I'm like, bro, Pharaoh just saying that the man shouldn't have died, for being able to speak whatever he want to speak. So, but that's
the part. But see, that's the part that I keep hearing, and we don't know why that nigga died. You see what I'm saying? It's still speculating. At the end of the day, he died talking about what he was talking about. The dude could have shot him because he literally had a mental break and said, some voices in my head said, wake up and go kill Charlie. Like, crazy motherfuckers do crazy things.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. That's just the cover. Right, he ain't died because of that. I'm not like, go ahead. I'm just saying.
You ain't let me finish my point, though, bro. I'm saying, but the point is, we don't know why he died.
It ain't that.
We keep on, bro. Okay, whatever it ain't, you don't know what it is, and I don't know what it is. Even if you give me your opinion, it's still your opinion.
So
you see what I'm saying?
So the best thing to do is say, look, I'm making my opinion based upon the main narrative that's out there.
There we go.
You know what I'm saying? You could do that.
Right. Right. So the main narrative is he died because a white dude that had a transsexual girlfriend felt he was a fascist. Correct? That's what
we could sum it up by what they trying to say is he actually died just simply somebody didn't like it, what he was saying, whether it was trans, whether it was, you can argue about, you know, what exactly he said that made the shooter get enraged, but it all gonna boil back to everyone should be able to say what they want to say and not get targeted, which is why I'm saying the people that's mocking his death should be able to mock his death. You know, that's what I was going back to that. But
I think they knew that was going to happen. This is just my opinion. I think they knew these types of things was going to happen, and they wanted to attack the free speech atmosphere. They wanted to attack the gun atmosphere. I think a lot of these school shootings is behind them wanting to take guns. But the people that they riled up over Charlie Kirk ain't finna give up their guns. The right, they the NRA peeps. They ain't finna give up their guns.
That's a fact.
I think that's what they wanted, their sympathy. If they could make one of their heroes die, somebody that they admire for what he says about us and where he puts us, if they could get sympathy from them, they might get the votes to take them guns from us.
But I would agree with you.
That's just my opinion.
Sanchez.
So I want to say this too. A lot of folks think they're deep too. And what you will see the deep fake woke people doing is going around saying it's a psyop. See, the people who really woke, not only are they going to tell you it's a psyop, they're going to break down the psychological operation and give you the agenda behind it, which is an attack on free speech. Guess what? The fake woke people gonna go around and say it's a psyop so nobody should talk about it. It's a psyop. Why are you giving it attention? It's because they really don't know what a psyop is. Once you tell someone something is a psychological operation, you got to give it attention and break down the operation to educate them. Knowledge is power. And guess what? People who can't do that, they so fake, they just show up and say it's a psyop. And you say, okay, teach me more. No, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it, man. Ignore it because, you know, ooh, man, it's a distraction. Ooh, you putting your energy into it. Do you know you had to put energy into it to show up on my channel to tell me it's a psyop? I'm telling you to go ahead and put some more energy into it. Don't stop there, Mr. Half-Ass. Break down the psyop to me. You can't. So guess what they say? Man, you shouldn't even be talking about it then.
You know how you know it was an attack on free speech? You know how it was an attack on free speech for sure? Because that's what Charlie Kirk was advocating. The only reason why he was talking the way he was talking and debating the way he was debating is because that's who he was advocating for, free speech. So that's how you know right there. That was his main thing. Like, yeah, I'm saying stuff about black people that y'all might not agree with, or I'm saying statistics that y'all might not be in line with, but it's my free speech.
Right.
So it's like, okay.
Say something right quick. Hey, shout out to everybody, everybody on this channel, right? But look, real quick, we driving, me and my wife, truck drivers driving through here in the truck. We semi-truck drivers. But I hope y'all can hear us clear.
We can hear.
All right, cool. So I just want to say this about this whole thing. I don't even know Kirk. I never even heard of him until now, right? But what I do know is that when you go to the lodges, when you go to the churches, when you go to anywhere from their institution, they always make it a point that you can't talk about these things. They're secret. You can only know but so much, or you can only speak but so much. So it's like an indoctrination on keeping the secret. Matter of fact, today my wife was back there reading something about the word what is it? Discovery, or no, the word cover. When you look up the etymology, it comes from discovery. So this is the kind of game that these people are playing with us with. Everything that they say and everything that they have ever told us, we have to question it because we know for sure it's not true. Knowledge is power. That's what I got to say. Shout out, bro Sanchez. Everything you do, we love you. We ride with you every day, bro.
Much love. Hell yeah.
Hey, just think about it. Just think about
Hell
it.
yeah, much love.
What more to take? I mean, what's the best way to take away free speech and take out the person that was advocating for free speech? Think about it. Like, he was advocating free speech, take him out, and we take free speech away. They think he was stupid.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? I'm gonna keep a short point. Hopefully it's sharp and precise, and hopefully I break it down right, bro. Just because I respect your show and everything, and I want to try to give my opinion, I guess how everybody says it. So you know the quote or the saying, the revolution will not be televised, or will be televised, whichever one you kind of go with. So, you know, I think it was a silent war with silent weapons, right? Or silent weapons for silent war, either way. And everything, well, let's just put it this way, 50, 60 years ago, the CIA, FBI classified everything. Now it's all coming out by FOIAs and right with things that they done on their watch, on our watch, you know, their way, their private, whatever. So now, bro, it's the end of the revolution, right? And they're trying to rile everybody up so they can bring in some loud weapons or finally use them silent, ear busting, frequency generated bullshit weapons, right? And part the fucking Red Seas with it. My point is it gonna have to be that way, right? Is it gonna have to be that way since what they've done already we're learning about, and we're learning their dark back parts of their mind and shit, right? And it's affecting the majority rather than them, and it's benefiting them. I hope that makes my opinion anyway is that this is a way to pass some new laws, and it will be for social media based instead of public based, right? Where they can squeeze tight and just come to your door, and because of the Patriot Act, they don't have to have a warrant. Come on in and get you because you spoke your mind. That's fucked up. Appreciate you, man.
Oh yeah. Who's next? Who we got next queued up? I know soon as I start, people gonna want to cut in, so it'd be so crazy when the flow open, nobody go. But what's good, Blair? How you doing, man? Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, bro? Sanchez. I wanted to kind of give the audience maybe an understanding of where the First Amendment applies. It only applies to the government.
I know, we know. It don't apply to the private corporations.
So when they're like letting people go and firing people because of what they said, that I don't see it as an attack on free speech because it never applied to them in the first place.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? Do you believe that the corporations in this country have infiltrated the government? Are you familiar with the popular patriotic motto? After a certain point in America, we start seeing this popular, I guess you can call it a catchphrase. It says, we the corporations. Now, the patriots in this country made that statement when they realized that our government people have been compromised, right? Now, that didn't even come from black people. That came from patriotic white people. Are you familiar with that catchphrase, we the corporations, as a way to joke and say that the corporations have kind of taken over in this country?
I actually haven't heard that phrase before, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you can go and look it up. It's old, but it's true. It's very true. There is a problem in America with foreign companies coming over here, capitalizing, doing business on our land, but they don't have to abide by the rules we have to abide by. When you say that that isn't an attack on free speech, it is a direct attack on free speech, and it is a way for foreign entities to come over here, undermine the Constitution, and then just say you have a Palestinian company come over here, they're a big tech company, they hire a bunch of Americans, and you say something against Palestine on your Facebook, and now you out of a job. Can't nobody take up for you, Blair, because they're going to say, well, that corporations got that kind of power, but it goes back to this. Should the corporations have that kind of power? Hell no. No one should be able to come to America and undermine the Constitution. If every American got to follow the Constitution, any entity doing business on this land should have to follow the Constitution. Otherwise, that corporation, as far as I'm concerned, is non-American. All Americans have to abide by the Constitution. So if you're Walmart, Kmart, NFL, and you can bypass the Constitution, you're not even an American organization at that point. So my whole thing is, it is a way to undermine Americans and the rules we laid out for everybody. If the big corporations can get tax breaks, bailouts, they don't gotta follow the rules every other American gotta follow, eventually they gonna gain power. Cause think about it, if all of us playing a game of Monopoly and some players don't got to follow the rules and some players got to follow the rules, then the players that don't got to follow the rules gonna end up making all the wealth. And then if they land on luxury tax, they don't have to pay. Every other player bail them out when they go to jail. Every tax, and they only enrich themselves and they don't acquire no debt, they gonna take over the monopoly board. And that's what's happening in America. And Americans don't understand what's going on in a capitalistic country. The Constitution is so important for every single entity to abide by. Otherwise, this monopoly game is now compromising. Some people getting cheated for. The banks is cheat. Anybody ever played a monopoly game with your loved ones and you let your cousin be control over the bank? And he cheat for somebody else and he find out, hey, my other cousin working with my cousin over here because he the bank and he giving him extra money and shit. You ever played that with your loved ones? And
you speak the truth right now.
And you like, why the fuck I keep on losing? And you realize,
and you with $500
and you realize, goddamn it, that the bank is working with the people who keep dominating the board, and you like, this wasn't even a fair game. So that's what's going on in America, sir. And they can get away with it because guess what people gonna say on the Monopoly game? They gonna say, Sanchez, them people don't have to play by the rules. We only got the ones got to play by the rules in this Monopoly game. So how the fuck is our children gonna even be able to compete with their children? You wanna know why the generational wealth gap so big? They telling everybody it's a fair game when it ain't. Some people got to follow the rules and others don't. And it just so happened that the people who can bypass the rules are the richest in this monopoly game. Go figure, Blair.
So it's like a loophole from the beginning?
Bro, I don't know if I can make it more simple than what I just did. If you still got questions after that, Blair, I'm going to have to, brother, I think you don't want to see the truth, me personally, brother.
Sanchez, I don't want to interject, but I just want to say that's...
Hold up, if you ever played Monopoly, Blair, you should get my example. You ought to have an aha moment immediately. It's simple. Some people playing the Monopoly game got to follow the rules. The other players don't, and we want to see why they get so rich quicker than everybody else in the game.
So basically, it would have to be like that from the inception of the Constitution because it's never applied to private corporations. It's not something that just happened. It's never applied.
There you go, genius. The thing about it is, from the beginning of America, America has been telling people it is a fair game and everybody get treated equally and justice for all. But you just said what black people been saying. Blair, you smart, man. Clap it up for yourself. We've been telling them they false advertising in America. But America keep on saying, no, it's fair. It's equality for all. But Blair, you just said the truth, man. Clap for yourself. It's never been equality here. Now you sounding like a black man, Blair. Now you on my team now, Blair. I got to drop a bomb for you. Now Blair gets it. It's never been a fair game.
But I think your argument is coming from the perspective that it was once a fair game.
No, my argument is coming from the perspective that the corporations should follow the Constitution. You forgot that, Blair? I'm the one smoke weed every day now, Blair. You forgot how we get into this? It started off because we was talking about why certain people in this monopoly game don't got to follow the rules and others do. It ain't about how long the rules been this way, because I know that, Blair. I never debated you on that. It all started off, Blair, about why the corporations don't got to follow the Constitution and how the government uses that to undermine Americans and the Constitution. Blair, maybe you need to start smoking weed. I think weed helping me. People talking about weed killing brain cells. Look at how sharp. I remember how we get down this rabbit hole, Blair. You forgot now. You thought it was about how it started and all. No, Blair. Blair, no, it wasn't. rewind the video. But Blair, I'm gonna pass the mic around real quick, and we'll come back to you, Blair. Just don't go nowhere. Shout
I
out
just
to
wanted to say
you.
that's what
Shout
Charlie
out.
Kirk was saying, Sanchez. He was saying that was his argument against black people, that it's an even playing field when it's not and it's never been.
Right. We for sure. You spot on. Hey, shout out
Charlie
to
Kirk kept saying that. Talking about
right.
this.
No problem. You definitely facts. Street Media TV, welcome to the show, man. George Macon, guys, don't repeat yourselves. Go ahead, you got it.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, you were spot on what you said. Like, and some people just don't want to get it, bro. I'm telling you, we've been teaching this stuff for years online. Um, Listen, the elites created a system and make the people believe that they have a voice to stop them from rebelling, and it's through religion, through politics, all the different activities that you live through. But it's not a real system. You go by it, but the elites don't abide by. They don't abide by that system. They are above the system. Listen, if they came here and seen a group of people that was already here and said that they discovered something, that right there is telling you that we taking it. We make the rules up as we go along. It's not that hard to figure out. Like, they just totally disregarded people that was here and told them that they wasn't even human. So you think that they're going to create a constitution? Those same people going to create a constitution and going to abide by it when they took it in blood? Like, we don't even use common sense, man. But I came up because I seen the video today. It was alarming. I don't know if it was AI. I don't think that it was AI, but you never know what you see in the day, right? But it was a video of military troops in Chicago, and the people was out there protesting and whatever, and it was a white lady. And I'm a hardcore pro-black, but what I saw was alarming for a reason. The military guy, he picked the lady up and threw her, like literally threw her, and she like went up in the air and landed on her ass. And two white ladies ran over there and picked her up. And I said to myself, I saw this coming, where I said, you know what? These military soldiers go home to their families every day. These are regular American people, if they're not bots. But these are regular American people. How the hell do they condition these people to go and just hurt other American people like that? Right? So not seeing that, I said, if they did this to a white woman, imagine what they would do to my wife if she was out there, or your sister, or anybody, when they actually doing this shit to their own people. And I predicted this shit 10 years ago on U.S. soil, where they're going to condition the soldiers to go in and hurt their own people. If any of y'all saw that video, like, he picked this white woman up, a white guy picked this white woman up and just literally threw her in the air, and she landed on her butt.
Yeah, I gotta check that one out. It's getting crazy, man.
I think I saw that video. Like, he was like on the sidewalk throwing her into like some hedges.
No, they were out there. They came in through a gate. It was a bunch of soldiers, and she was out there protesting and was standing in front of him. And he put his arm around her and pushed her, and then just threw her. And she just landed, like, she was an older white lady. And I was saying to myself, but the gist of what I'm saying is, the way the technology and the way they do the social engineering, they're training American soldiers to go into domestic areas and just hurt people. And I remember 10 years ago, we used to argue this, like, oh, no, the soldiers ain't gonna do that. They're gonna rebel against the government. I said, no, they're not. They're gonna create conditions over time to get soldiers to go in, to get your brother and your cousin to go in and hurt American people. And I think that we at that place where it's about to start.
I think they're gonna bring in foreign nationals to do it.
I think it's gonna be a little bit of everybody.
They already got American soldiers doing it already. They're not going to bring in foreign nationals. They're going to get our people to do it. Well, not our people. They're going to have American soldiers. Because I'm going to tell you, and Sanchez know this, once Trump got the ball rolling on infringing on free speech, they never going to roll it back. They know the Democrats ain't going to roll it back. He's on stage left, acting out the script that they gave him. There's no rollback. Once this start, that's it. That's it. So, and this is all part of the system, 2030 agenda, and the system that they're going into play. So, like, we got to pay attention to everything. And watch this. See how they get everybody, see how they social engineer you to volunteer your rights? Like, you got all these dumb whites on the side, like, yeah, agreeing with this dumb shit. And they using whites as cannon fire to take away your rights. While we on the sideline trying to warn them, nobody's listening.
Well, what do you think about, do we stay on the sideline as far as voting? Since we volunteered, they're getting us to feel like we voluntarily should not vote because we don't think it matters.
It's
You
not
agree with
about
that?
it's not about voting. I'm gonna tell you something. It's not about voting when they got both parties checkmated already. It's only 2 shows in town. It's about awareness and waking up and rejecting what they're trying to do as a group, as a whole. It don't matter what color you are. We got, as black people, we got our grievances against this government and white folks. But when it comes to this type of stuff of what you're seeing them do, they're going to be a bipartisan in this shit, right? Because it's implementing a system. It's not about voting. It's about rejecting as a collective what they're trying to do. And they
So how do
bank on
you
you not doing
how
that.
do you let them know? But how do you let them know you're rejecting it? Just by non-participant, or do you declare independent and
Bro,
just don't vote?
I gotta be honest with you. Like we not on here. Like we all adults, bro. Like and we
Well,
all. No, listen to what I'm saying because I feel like I'm not talking to my son. What I'm saying is when the same way we would go out and vote as a group is the same way we would go out and reject certain things because we all got common sense and can see. The problem is the human beings are not exercising common sense. They're being socially engineered to go along with the elites is telling them to do. And even though it's against their best interests. And that's been going on for quite some time. So those of us that's woke that can see this shit have to reject it. Majority of folk are scared to reject it because you don't want to lose your lifestyle. Once they start saying, well, if you say this, we're gonna take your jobs away, that right there is the precursor to stopping you from protesting for what they're going to do. Because you're too afraid to lose your lifestyle. People looking at it like, oh no, he's infringing on my free speech. No, what they're doing is taking away your lifestyle. So when you do go to protest, that's the threat. We'll take everything away from you. So either you go along with what we're saying or lose everything.
Hey George, we saw the same sort of psyop with the pandemic under Trump. Under Trump is a dictator. Like he's always gonna push the boundaries on how far he can go to target Americans for not going along with his administration's agenda. For example, right, the corporations targeted quote unquote anti-vaxxers. People was losing their jobs, man. And you didn't even have to be in the medical field. You could have been in any field giving your opinion on what you think about an experimental drug, right? That they experiment with. And yeah, people, so like I said, in certain countries they can force medication on the people.
And remember, Sanchez, the gist of it is because our people be slow. The gist of it is everything Sanchez said, but the number one thing was to look how they got the people. They got your grandmama to not even let you in her house if you didn't get the shot, but she believed in Jesus.
And
see
you
the
know
social
what?
engineering?
Right. And you know
they
what?
never listed the ingredients.
And the whole point is people in America think we ain't a third world country. Because if you look at a third world country, they government can just force medications on them. Right. But in America, they force it on you indirectly through, hey, you want your job, right? So when the jab came around, most of the people who took it, who didn't really want it, they wanted to travel, they wanted to work. See, they will use their. That's what I'm telling y'all about America becoming a third world country, but we don't see it because in a third world country, you can't criticize certain people. They don't care if you criticize others, but like certain people in power and connected to the power, you get punished, man, on a social level for criticizing. We say as Americans that's a dictatorship, but we at the beginning of entering one and no one see it. But yeah.
Remember, I told you, Sanchez, they're using Trump as the bad guy. Trump represents the patriarchal, white male, white supremacist old way of doing things. But the Democrats is complicit with it. Don't get it twisted. It's all a game. He's the big bad guy that's implementing a new system into play. When the Democrats get in, they're going to roll back programs that make it seem like they're more friendly, but it's the same shit. It's just going to be masked different. But he's the one bringing forth all the different things for the 2030 agenda. He's the big bad guy. Because remember, you always got to, this is a warlike people. They always got to have a good guy and a bad guy. But it's all the same system. Like the Democrats act like they're your system, but have blacks on programs for so long that was never there to develop them. So they was just as worse as the Republicans. It's all the same bullshit.
Good
But the
cop,
thing
bad
is,
cop.
Yeah, there you go. And all it is, what if once they got you to actually turn against each other for experimental drug, that let them know right there we can control the people. Once grandma say, if you ain't got that shot, you can't come in my house. Right? It's easy to get soldiers to go into a city and bust you upside your head now because they learn through the algorithm how to social engineer you. And that's the part I'm trying to tell people. Do not look at the actions of everything. Look at the way people are responding to what they're doing. See, because it's easy to say Trump, 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 or the Republicans. No. That's what they want you to see. Look at your response to what they're doing. And that's when you'll see how they got you. We got to look at our responses to the things, to the trauma or the things that they're bringing forth to us. Because sometimes you could be Sanchez, you could be caught up doing something that you don't even realize you're doing it. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Oh no, I'm cool, man. I'm falling back from this. You understand what I'm saying? That's how deep the rabbit hole goes, man. The mind control that these people do.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Hell yeah. Shout out to y'all, man, to the panel.
Hey,
And
can I ask a question?
Yeah, and then Blair, I want to ask you a question because I know Blair is like he's got like these conservative far right type stances. Want to pick your brain while you're over here, Blair. Go ahead.
Well, I'm listening.
All right, go, bro.
I'm gonna
What's
let
your question?
Kazabi go first. Yeah.
Check this out. So now, just looking at the word free speech, is it even logical for free speech to exist and be practiced? Can you actually have free speech based on the definition?
Yeah, I think that it is definitely possible for everyone to let everyone say whatever they want to say, and you keep your hands to yourself. If you saying it ain't possible, then we might as well quit trying to teach that to our children. Because that's shit we teach the kids. Look, man, that brother, listen, son, that man can call you whatever he want. He can joke on your shoes. He can say what he want, long as he don't touch you. Tell me you don't teach that basics to a child. That's the basics of free speech, man.
But the fact, we had in the 80s and the 70s. We had in the 80s and the 70s where you had some. Now there's consequences to actions, but for the most part, you could say certain things that you can't say today because they masking it with hate speech to take away your civil liberties. That's all it is. That's why I'm telling you, brother, don't just look at it as free speech. They're using that to take away your civil liberties and all the things that the normal way of life. They're destroying all of that to create this new paradigm. So don't look at just free speech because it's not masking that. That's why they calling it hate speech.
But see, the reason I'm bringing up free speech with this whole thing is because that is the particular area of the Constitution that they targeting. And like they do want to take away all of our civil liberties. But like I was trying to tell folks, they got to stop you from being able to voice your opinion first. The first thing, the first thing they got to do is stop you from even being able to argue back with them. Let me give you an example, right? You know why the God of the Bible is so powerful? Because can't nobody question him. Imagine if I can just go outside every day, say what I want, do what I want, and you just got to get on board with it and can't nobody question me.
Sanchez, that's powerful what you just said because they create the atmosphere for you to use your free speech to complain. When you do, they just take away your livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you said what? Oh yeah. Put that guy on the bench. So
I mean, think about it. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm a man here. Jimmy Kimmel is a psyop. They take Jimmy Kimmel because he's part of the dominant society, and they bench him before the world as a warning to you. And they're saying if we can do this to Jimmy Kimmel, imagine what we'll do to you. That's all that is. That's a psyop.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's the psyop is gonna make most of all the people that's talking shit shut the hell up. Once they see, okay, Jimmy Kimmel got fired, most average folks gonna probably start deleting their posts and shutting the hell up. They know they want to keep their jobs, and that's the whole point of Jimmy Kimmel. But see, Jimmy Kimmel gonna be straight anyway. And it is like George says, deeper than Jimmy Kimmel. It's about showing you shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't fire a black person. They said, look, we getting rid of one of our own here. You know how many white folks like Jimmy Kimmel? And he didn't even say nothing that bad.
And then the FCC, remember the FCC CEO went on TV, national TV, and he said, we're coming after anybody that's saying hate speech or saying bad things about Charlie Kirk. This is your, when you ever see an FCC CEO come on TV and talk?
Right.
Come
That's
on,
what
man.
I'm telling. That's why people think they like, why Sanchez talking about this every day? You know why y'all don't see why this is an important time in America? It's because most people don't make a living by talking. For the past 10 years of my life, I built the living by saying, giving my opinion, no matter how radical it may be. And I know about censorship because the flat earth got censored, man. That'll be like me trying to start my own church, but they say, hey, Sanchez, we don't allow your religion to be practiced in America, but Satanists and all them can practice theirs. Muslims and everybody. See, I know about discrimination. I know about having your free speech taken, having your constitutional right. As a soldier that fought for this and a victim of having mine stripped away, that's why this is so important to me to talk about free speech in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, or hate, because like you said, it's so many different terms: free speech, hate speech. You know, the term I got the biggest problem with is political violence, right? And the reason I have the biggest problem with that term, because whenever you have a white man murdered by a white man like that, for example, if a black man go and snipe a black leader at a rally, they still gonna say black on black crime. They not gonna let that black leader go out as a political activist died from a black man. But see, if a white man kill another white man, like Charlie Kirk at a political event, is it political violence or is it white on white crime? That's the question America need. That's, to me, when I hear these reporters covering this shit and I hear all the white people talking about political violence, then I go to the pro-black channels and they saying, listen, white folks don't want to bring up white on white crime, these young white shooters. You can see what's going on with that, how both, they don't want to use those words, white on white crime, man.
Hey, Sanchez.
Yeah.
Hey, look, let's turn up, right? Now, look, let's take it to this level. Now, in the movie Demolition Man, what's the name was Simon Phoenix. Now, what year was Demolition Man based in? It came out in 1993. It was based in 2032. Now, when you watch that movie, free speech was gone. If you cussed, if they had cameras everywhere like they got now, I've been warning everybody, watch that movie and look at where we at now and what came out. They had cameras everywhere. When you cuss, you got a demerit or you got a fine. You couldn't even have sex, right? Everything was virtual reality, right? We're going into that world that they already created. They gave you in the movies. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. When you watch that movie, it's based in 2032. It wasn't nothing super spectacular in the movie that make you say, oh, this is not real. No. Everything that they was doing in that movie, they can do now. And they actually doing it now.
Now, look.
To be honest with you, it's been an attack on free speech since the beginning of COVID. Like, I remember when COVID first came around, it was an attack on free speech. If you were speaking out against COVID and you were saying, oh, they, it was planned and you was just like exposing it, like they was either taking it down or it was repercussions for certain people. Like you couldn't have a big name and be saying certain stuff about COVID when it first so it's been an attack on free speech. Like since they was trying to take free speech away since then.
I want to point something else out to y'all that is a smack in the face to Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and so many more civil rights activists, Septima Clark, Alice Walker. Bro, I can be here all day naming civil rights activists, right? Check this out, who really stood for equality and peace. Charlie Kirk received the Presidential Medal of Freedom. For y'all who don't know what it is the highest civilian award in the United States. and it recognizes individuals who have made significant contributions to the security or national interests of the United States in the form of world peace or important public or private endeavors, which means Martin Luther King, who was standing up for the kind of America that they promised us, which is equality for all, he didn't even receive this award. But they telling me that Charlie Kirk's message was more for world peace than Martin Luther King, who was talking about black, white people holding hands together. See, Charlie Kirk was a separatist talking about black people handling your shit and not making white people be accountable for what they doing and shit like that. But you know, the message Charlie Kirk stood for was divisive. It wasn't a peaceful message now. But he received an award that is based upon you contributing to world peace, and Martin Luther King didn't receive that award. Malcolm X didn't receive that award, but they want to compare him to those black men, but didn't give them black men the same award as this race beta.
Hey, Sanchez, you the perfect person. I gotta send it to you. Well, you probably can pull it up yourself. You gotta look at the debate, and you have to review it. Maybe review it while you live with the guys.
Okay.
His debate he had at Cambridge when he got crushed. He got crushed by this young white boy in Cambridge, man. I'm talking about creamed him. He came with all them lies, and he didn't think that boy was as sharp as he was. He ate Charlie Kirk a fucking live, bro.
It's crazy because after he died, the algorithm been giving me a lot of videos of him losing debates, and I'm like, why they thinking that he was so undefeated, bro?
Yeah, no, this one though, I thought about you. I said, Sanchez, you need to, it's about 28 minutes. You need to put that on, do a live where you got your audience, and you need to review that, like where you stop and talk and break that down. That's a good live for you. I'm telling you.
Okay, yeah, send me that. Send me that for sure.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. But I'll say this too, because I'm on my phone. I'm gonna jump off. Listen, when you look at the movie Demolition Man, right? You had a whole 2 generations of young people that all they knew was the digital era. The old man, the black cop, he was old, and he came before he was around before the digital era. So he knew John Spartan and Simon Phoenix before they went into rush stasis. He knew who they were. All the other cops, they went along with the system because they was digital kids like our children. My son is 17. He never knew a world without a cell phone and computer. So we don't come from the same worlds. So it's easy to download and inundate these kids, these generations with the technology. But when I watch the movie, it's the same. If the movie is happening right now, I'm the old guy. I'm the old cop sitting at the thing, looking at all these young people, and they live in the world. They walk down the street with their heads and their phones and the laptops, and they inundated with machinery and algorithms and what's the other shit?
You know what, George? Not to cut you off. You know why I'm glad you bring up Demolition Man? I just thought about something. It had the damn social credit and score up in there. Because if you say something wrong, you get this little sheet of paper that like grades you and shit. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because the cameras was remember that goes with Big Brothers watching you in the free. You have no more free speech.
Yep.
You can't, whatever you say, they hear you. You can't have sex. Listen, when you deal with half the planet with erectile dysfunction on pills, going into virtual reality sex now. Listen, back in the day, I'm not giving a woman can't come online because there was no online, and I give her $50,000 and I never put my penis in her. No, back in the day, you gotta do something strange for some change. Now you ain't gotta have sex with me, and I give you all my money. You're being inundated and downloaded to the virtual world, bro. This is
you know. Let me show you why what you saying so important. It's causing a rise of incels, George. Because check this out, right? It's chicks that got social media places like OnlyFans, different stuff. They be making thousands of dollars just by photos. Just photos alone, man. Selling photos, exclusive photos for hundreds, even thousands of dollars. You know what? That let me realize that once they keep everybody in the house, ain't nobody going out dating, everybody is in these technological little corners and shit, you gonna start reacting like a prisoner. And what do we see in the prisons? The prisoners spend a lot of money on photos like Playboys and different, because they can't really go out and interact with women. So a Playboy magazine gonna run some money up in the jail, or like the visual, like the photos, like you would think that these women would be making a lot of money from prisoners, but no, these are free dudes on the street keeping these chicks in power. Yeah.
And remember, when John Spartan and the girl was about to have sex, he was in rustasis for 75 years. So he thought that he was going to have physical sex. Remember, they put the virtual reality things on their head, and he took it and threw it off. Right? Well, they got the Oculus and all that stuff right now. So what I'm trying to tell, I've been trying to warn people. They call, oh man, you pseudo. I'm pseudo, but look at what's happening. They told, remember, Sanchez, they told you was pseudo. I was pseudo 6-7 years ago. Now look, now everybody trying to get information on shit. To me, this old shit. That's
old
why I don't
stuff.
even argue, because I've been telling y'all this stuff. They conditioning you. The digital age, no more marriage. They don't need you to have a bunch of babies. They don't need you to even have sex like you used to. All like, it's just breaking up the old world to usher in a new world. So when you seen that the merit system that they had, that's because by that time it was 2032, the year they was in. That movie came out over 30-something years ago. That whenever you said something out of pocket, they find you. They got you. They heard you when you
know
said
what?
it.
I'm gonna tell you something about George that I know that I should know, but because the way the world is, I can guarantee you've been told a lot of times in your life, George, nigga, you watching too much TV, you watching too many movies. Because I've been told that a lot.
Yeah,
and
they call me the philosopher. Oh, here he comes.
Right, because look, a lot of our people be watching these movies, George, but they don't see that the enemy be putting the truth and embedding his plans in a lot of these damn films. And we ain't reached that level of insight yet to see if you even start, like it was people when the Jetsons came out that was saying, bro, they gonna have cell phones one day. They was told you watching too much TV. Bro, when you see how these folks move, you'll see they be putting shit out there first before they do it in these films. Yeah.
I remember back in 1991, I was 16. I remember I was on the phone with a girl, and I never forget. I still remember like it was yesterday. I said, I can't wait till they get phones where I can see you when you can see me when we talking. And she was like, man, they ain't never had that. This was 1991. 2 years later, Demolition Man came out. 32 years later, look at where we at. So imagine where we're going to be 30 years from now.
Come on now. Come on, man.
That's
It's just like,
y'all know.
Like right now, we telling folks, man, they can body swap, they can upload your consciousness into a computer. They can't do that. Okay, all right. And the crazy
y'all know what
thing,
sealed the deal for me? Oh, go ahead.
No, my bad, brother. You gotta go ahead.
I was gonna say, y'all know what sealed the deal for me? Okay, y'all know, like a few years ago, everybody kept saying the government gonna come out and say they gonna fake an alien invasion.
They still is.
And now, look, now they coming out saying that it's a comet in our solar system, and it's headed. They said it's headed like toward Earth, and now they saying that it's called I think it's called 3 something Atlas or something, and now they saying that it's a comet, but it's really like some type of like I'm gonna just say spaceship, but they saying it's disguised as a comet. So like
this ain't the first time they put this one out there. Hey George, you gotta go back and school these youngsters on the Nibiru Planet X. This the same thing they bringing back. Go, I'm a fall back.
Hey, radio check.
And the Naki ship up there, but this is the thing. That's gonna be virtual reality. They even gonna have Jesus come in the sky. It's gonna be but it's gonna be virtual reality. But I'm see.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna land right here. I'll give it right to you, bro. I'll pass it right to you. That when they talk about aliens and all that kind of shit, man, we the aliens, man. We the aliens. We the ones. Go watch Star Wars and the Clone Wars. We're the ones creating the clones and all these robot toys and robots and all that kind of stuff to fight wars. We are those people. So ain't nobody coming from no goddamn sky and all that kind of shit. That shit is us, man. We're the ones creating all that.
I'm just saying.
Hey, hold up a second, block. Hey, street media. I got a young brother, Blair. He's like conservative on the right, And I think we need to holler at this young brother, kind of, if y'all want an opportunity to like challenge some of the far right viewpoints, this y'all time. Like I got a lot of things I want to pick him about with why him as a black man think that Candace Owens is for us on one thing. How come he can't see as a black man that Trump is a big enemy to our people? So many things. I was just putting that out there. The brother Blair, y'all on the panel, he is right wing and he is pro Charlie
You know
Kirk.
what
So
I
if
say
y'all
though,
want to,
Sanchez?
yeah,
You know what I say, brother? When it comes to in 2025, especially with grown men, sometimes, man, you gotta like when we were saying this stuff 10 years ago, and we was getting called names and kicked off of panels and all that kind of stuff and being called pseudo. Now people that we was warning are starting to see it. That brother may not see it until it's time for him to see it. Like everything come in due season. And the thing is, I tell people all the time, you can fact check all the stuff that we talking about and then go look outside. See, because some things are self-explanatory. What's already explained don't need to be understood. Some people just like people been inundated with that stuff for so long, they just believe it, right? And I think that they'll see the truth in front of them, but trying to deal with the truth and having to change their whole life up for what they done set their life up for, they don't want to do it. So
brother, I want to edit. Go ahead. I just want to interject right quick. Y'all brought up that demolition topic. And if you remember, in the future, Taco Bell was the top restaurant to eat at. On top of that, no more radio music. It was commercials that entertain them on the radio. So in the future, already predicting that we've decided that hip hop done its job. The toxicity is out the window. We're just gonna listen to commercials. And you're right. They was charging you for every wrong word. I mean, it was crazy, bro. And to say that's 2032 or right around the corner, we see a lot of stuff that's being demonized, that's being drug in. You know, the freedom of speech deal. People should be allowed to say what they want to say because they can incite violence. So maybe we should cut that back. So basically, you know, it's all a sop. And I appreciate this conversation. Y'all on point with that shit.
Also, they had pre-crime in the demolition movie. You know, that Minority Report kind of environment. And right now we see them kind of gearing up for that world where they're going to use algorithms and technology with the pre-crime to go after you. So that also ties in with the free speech.
Not only that, did you notice what made what was his name? Wesley Snipes such a dangerous person in the future is he had an attitude from the past, because everybody in the future was very docile. They were all wearing these Star Trek clothes, no real definitive bodies, all these lax colors, and everybody's, hey, be well. And in the future, the attitude that we have right now, the rebellious attitude, just to be treated fairly and right, is aggressive and wrong, and it shouldn't be accessed.
And see,
so let's put that in context, because what the brother just alluded to was perfect. Now let's put the context behind it. That's why I keep telling you guys to look up the 2030 agenda. Now, mind you, that was situated in 2032. Look up the 2030 agenda for sustainable development for all inclusive societies for everybody, and to make things free. And why you see the LGBT, all these different groups being pushed to the forefront in the world of inclusiveness. Everything is being included. So now when you look at crime, they had to go to a library to see crime in that time, because they created an all-inclusive society that was controlled by the one world dominant government, because everybody was chipped up, right? So now when you see that, where are we going? Look at, y'all see? So you look at the 2030 agenda and look at the year it was situated in.
So listen, this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say real quick. When it comes to the AI takeover, the digital government, transhumanism, the whole conversation we having now, because this is where this conversation gonna lead to, transhumanism, right? I'm gonna just say this. Everything we see happening right now on the world stage is different events that need to play out to get us to this certain end goal. When I cover topics like Charlie Kirk and all that, it's never really about the political narrative that they pushing. It's always with me saying, hey, y'all, they're doing this to do this, because I know how they, like, I know the psyop with this shit. And I'm telling you, in order for it to get to where the Bible said in the book of Revelation, to where the beast and the false prophet gain this sort of dictatorship, if you read the book of Revelation, with what I'm about to tell you now, you're going to come back and be like, Sanchez, you a genius. Guess what the beast and the false prophet was attacking? The Constitution, nigga. Now that sound crazy, but the Antichrist was a political figure that waged war on the people by taking the power away from them and maintaining it for himself and the tech bros. Because the fucking miracles that the Antichrist doing is what Elon is about to do in the next 20 years. Elon gonna raise the dead, y'all. You think that this Trump shit is bad now, y'all? Let me tell you something. It's finna be some Donald Trumps and Elons that come behind them that's way more radical with what I call this colonial New World Order agenda, bro. And I'm telling y'all, we may not see how each event lead to it, but with everything go on in the media, always ask yourself, how is this taking away some of my rights? And you'll find that it's some way tied to it to get to, it's always an attack on the people. It ain't never about George Floyd. It ain't never about Charlie Kirk. It ain't never about, yeah, it's about them rest in peace, what I'm saying. But it's always, they use that shit to go to some bigger, to take some from you because they know you emotionally attached. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said it's a difference between gossiping with these sort of topics and doing how us brothers doing here. We ain't just telling you it's a psyop. We breaking down to y'all what the agendas are, what to look for, what they doing.
Hey, so you think the conversation now is, because I know the brother want to speak, 30 seconds. You think the conversation now, Sanchez, is ready for nanotechnology and CRISPR and how they going to get everybody how they going to, all the rest of the people that didn't get chipped up? I want all the brothers to remember this. I told y'all this. Half the planet deals with erectile dysfunction. They're going to use nanotechnology to cure erectile dysfunction, and they're going to broadcast it, and everybody going to raise their hand and run down there to get it, and they're going to chip your ass up. They're going to do. It's so many different things. They got the CRISPR. During the time of COVID, they healed a woman that was blind over what's it, at the University of Pennsylvania during the time of the shutdown. So I was doing all this stuff. I got a channel took down and videos took down because I was putting this stuff up. Whenever
You know
I put
why?
up stuff that was speculation, they
Let
left
me
it
tell
up.
you
I
something.
put up something that was true, they got me.
Let me tell y'all something. Talking about nano and chips in the body is like talking against the J people and being anti-Semitic. And every time somebody do that on my channel as a disclaimer, I got to say, hey y'all, we don't believe in nano. We think it's pseudo. Hint, hint, right? I'm winking right now.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah,
we don't think that the government want to put nothing in you that's harmful. We think the government mean you right. And we're not health experts, so always consort with the professionals, right? Let me just say that.
Y'all remember that series Altered Carbon? You know,
oh yeah, that was
dope. Yeah.
But you're not gonna find it.
Hey,
you
let
know
me
read.
Hey man, if they're showing it to you, it's already out there.
Right. Hey Marlon, let me
all
do
they're
something.
doing is acclimating you.
Let me do it, Voodoo, real quick. Let me read this super chat. I appreciate y'all. Let me give a big shout out to Celestial Love for showing me some love. And let's give a shout out to Stacy Galore for always coming through with the support. And let me read this Stacy from Stacy real quick. It says, in the book of Revelation, the beast from the sea is a tyrannical satanic power, often interpreted as the Antichrist, who rises from the nations and is empowered by the dragon. And basically he getting his power from AI, right? And this AI know a lot about us. It knows how to rule people. Think about it. If you got an advanced enough AI, you can tell it, write me out a script that I can play out on a world stage, which consists of a series of events that are orchestrated to make the masses react a certain way to get us from point A to point B. They'll type that in and the AI say, give me a few minutes. I got you. Here's a script that you need to play out for the next 10 years. If you want to take this away, that away from the people. By then, if you do all it, and what they doing on the world stage, they are going out there acting out a script. These ain't random events. These are program prescriptions that AI told them to do on a social engineering psychological level that will get the masses to collectively to react a certain way to get us to a planned end goal. It's calculated, y'all.
Drop the bomb, bro. Drop the bomb, bro.
Oh yeah,
that's a fact.
Drop the bomb.
Remember,
That's a
Sanchez,
big fact.
the AI was Uniblab back in the 60s. It was Uniblab. The big remember on Jetsons, it was the big screen that was telling them everything to do. We watching cartoons, thought we was entertained. That was fucking Uniblab.
And you know what's crazy? You know how we know that the Antichrist getting his the whole thing about the Antichrist is AI, because check it out. Christ in antiquity represent human consciousness. It represent a person's ability to think critically, like how we doing, right? How the OG George come on here bringing up the facts, the receipts. Listen, this whole thing is what they attacking on. Free speech is an attack on free thought, because you have a thought, then you want to speak the thought, right? You see what I'm saying? But the whole thing is this right here. You got artificial intelligence and you got real intelligence that come from real people. That's what we call street sense, for lack of better words. That is the ability to not only hear what they telling me, but read between the lines, because it's always a double message coming from these devils. And that's why you got people with channels like this that's coming on here giving y'all the same stories everyone else covering, but a whole nother perspective that go down the rabbit holes we go through. So that must be specified what's going on here.
But Sanchez, just think about that though. Let's put on our tinfoil hats for a minute and just think outside the box. Just look at, they gave our parents a cartoon in 1965 with a big screen, AI controlled computer running the world. They was living up in the sky and living through machines, and they had the machine, I forgot what his name was, it Betty or something, that went around and cleaned the house. Yeah, the robots. They did this shit in 1965, bro. But they was being told what to do by a big screen.
They had Zoom. They had Zoom.
Hey, what up, and shout out to Zab too, man. Thank you for jumping on. Hey, but listen, oh yeah, I forgot what I meant to tell you, George. When I brought up Blair, I'm glad you went into that spiel, because I don't want Blair to think we here to make him feel no kind of way. He one of us, man. And you got the right to be a Democrat, Republican, and all that. So I'm glad you did that. But I was just saying, it is a good opportunity to kind of explore some of the far right ideologies. Blair, how old you is, man?
I'm 37. 37.
Now, before I even question you about any of your, far right stances, were you ever a liberal or a Democrat? You want to give a little bit of that, your political history, my brother?
Yeah, I think you might characterize me as far right because I was because of my views on Charlie Kirk. But as far as like when I was younger, yeah, I was like everybody else, thought I should be a Democrat, but actually never voted because I thought it was never worthwhile. But as I became older, my views have definitely become more conservative because, the reality of the family and traditional values and things like that always seem to be on the conservative side. So when I speak my mind, it sounds conservative.
Oh man, brother, I'm so glad we talking about this with you, because look, a lot of black people went to the conservative side because they was pushing those things, but they weren't pushing that to help the black family. Like, they was pushing that to implement policies to come and further dismantle it. And you see what I'm saying? And that's the part where I think that I wanted to really go into with the panel. Like, this the deep conversation I want to have on a political level, because a lot of our people that support that side, they really think that, yeah, man, Charlie Kirk just wanted the black man in the household. Charlie Kirk just saw that the flaw. They ain't trying to help though. Like, I can agree with the stuff Charlie Kirk saying about, single mothers and all that, Blair. Like, I can see why you can gravitate to that. But when you realize that they bring that up to literally further perpetuate what they condemning, then you ought to be like, wait a minute, I'm feeling played now. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say this. This is where a lot of young black people make mistakes. I'm conservative because my grandmother was conservative. Nobody was more conservative in this country than black folks. White folks are the ultimate liberals. They mask their liberalism and conservatism. They're not conservative. And a lot of young people think that they got to be over there with white people agreeing with their racist talking points to be conservative. That's not conservatism at all. You could be conservatism and still be pro-black or have a black way of thinking or a universal way of thinking, not going along with people talking points that you know is racist and you know is wrong, but you think it's shrouded in conservatism and it's not. That's not conservatism. It's not. They don't thrive on family values and stuff like that. None of them did. When you look at their history and their story. So I think like what's mixed up is what actual conservative values actually are. And the people that saying that they're conservative, they're not conservative. They're liberals.
Well, I would say this for myself. I think the whole pro-black, pro-white thing is the division, and I don't characterize myself as that. I do understand, like when we talking about groups and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm a black man. That's how the government sees me. But I believe in that, in the nationality, and we're all Americans. And if we all apply that, then a lot of problems will go away. But that's never going to happen. And the pro-black thing's never going to win either because there's just such a small percentage. We're such a small percentage of the population. It's almost like a fantasy thing.
Can I ask you a question, Blair, real quick? You don't think that Charlie Kirk was pro-white?
He's definitely pro for his own people. Yes,
there you go. I'm glad. You a real one for that. Yeah.
So why would you have a problem? So based off of what you just said, right? We going to deal with what you just said because this is interesting. If you said you like Charlie Kirk, I heard you when you said that, and you said that you're not with the pro-black stuff. You're American, but Charlie Kirk told you he's pro-white, and he looked at how he looked at other groups, but you still like him.
Well, Charlie Kirk never said he was pro-white.
Bro,
that's
crazy. He is
pro-white. He never said it out of his mouth. I just believe he is pro-white.
Listen. Let me tell you. No.
You don't have to argue that. He just never said I'm pro-white. I just think he is.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm correcting you. When he talked about DEI and about us taking jobs away from white people and a system that was set up for white people, he talked about these things on many of his lectures.
Yeah, I watched all the debates.
And he had no problem with being a white nationalist Christian. He had no problem with declaring himself that.
George, you let him move from what you asked him because he can't get around that.
I'm going to get back. I'm ready to get back to that. I'm just, but this is the thing. Pro-black was morphed out of because of pro-white. What they was doing to us, they were suppressing our education in the schools. They were suppressing our identities. Pro-black was birthed out of us having our identity in this country because pro-white and white Christian nationalists was killing us.
You're generalizing all pro-blacks and all pro-whites.
No, again, brother, don't cut me off. Respect the elders. Listen to what I'm saying. No, listen to what I'm saying.
We ain't got to do all that, bro.
Yeah, we got to do all. Hold on. Let me say one thing, George and Blair.
You're just trying to strongman the conversation.
I'm not strongman the conversation. I'm trying to tell you something, but listen to what I'm saying.
Being disrespectful.
Speak.
No, let me say this to you, Blair, because I know how we deal with each other as black men, and I want to say this to you. We two black men talking, and when you talk, I'm not listening to you. I'm gonna respect what you're saying, even if I disagree. When you gave me the thing with Charlie Kirk, right? You expressed yourself. When I brought up pro-black, it's triggering something in you to want to argue with me. And I'm telling you, just let me get off and let me tell you what I'm saying. All right? Because we're conditioned to fight against each other, and I'm not here to fight you. Well, I'm telling you where pro-black came from. And why? Because when we was trying to be Americans, we couldn't be Americans. We couldn't even be accepted. So pro-black was birthed out of, don't go by the internet pro-black. That's internet shit. The people that actually got us our rights and our identity, pro-black was a thought process of understanding who you are. That was people like Fannie Lou Hamer, Mary Bethune-McLeod, and people that was actually fighting for us, not this internet stuff. So you got to separate the two. Go ahead, you got it.
I mean, I don't know what you were saying all that for. Like, what was your original statement? You're just kind of like filibustering with feelings right now. Like, what are we talking about?
This young brother disrespectful.
Hold on, real quick. I got him, Sanchez. Listen. Again, you talking to another black man. I'm not in my feelings. We don't have to be disrespectful. If you feel as though I was filibustering, I'm not in my feelings. I was telling you what pro-black was.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Wait. No. Based off the statement,
I muted him for a minute. You got to wait your turn, Black.
Based off the statement that you made about pro-black, when I was inside the market. So I was correcting that statement that you made. That's why, because of what you said. So I'm not in my feelings. We just having a conversation. But again, we two black men. We don't have to be disrespectful. We can actually talk. Like,
you know what? Another thing is the
some
problem
good
is,
energy right there, George. Facts. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
so the problem is a lot of younger guys.
I
They
keep
they
getting
are
muted, so I
coming
gotta
in.
hop off, man. I can't even have a conversation because I keep getting muted.
Don't blame it on muting. It's your turn
I
to
knew that was
respond.
Well,
coming.
you muted me in the middle of me talking. You've done that like 3 times, bro.
Let me explain something to you real quick. When
Let
someone
me get
else
in my
talking,
story.
you gotta be quiet. Now, if you want to respond to George, go right ahead, and then Zab will go next. But remember, George ain't gonna cut you off not one time, so you ain't returning that same respect, Blair. So I have to mute you when he talking. So you go ahead, man. Yeah.
If he had a question for me, he can ask it. But at the moment, he's just talking at me, and
He know he
it's
listen. He
fine.
don't
But I
got to
would.
just ask you questions. He can give you some game too, and you can either accept it
Well,
or not, a question, a challenge it, or
Blair,
whatever you
I
want to
let
thought
do.
me
you.
say
I
this to
thought you
Blair.
gave me the mic for
Blair,
people
I
to
didn't
ask me
have a question.
questions, though.
But Blair,
That's
but
Yeah,
all.
but not to
Blair,
just
hold on real quick, Sanchez.
Yeah, go
Blair,
ahead.
no, Blair. Let's put it in context, because you're not an ignorant or a dumb person. I hear you as a person being intelligent. I didn't have a question. I told you, and I want you to listen to me, because I know we don't listen, we don't respect each other. I said I was making a statement based off of what you said pro-black was, and I was explaining what pro-black was. I wasn't
I don't
filibustering.
think I
I
characterized
was
pro-black though. That's the thing. I
no,
never
no,
said
no,
what I
no,
thought pro-black was.
no. When you made a statement about I'm not pro-black, I'm just American, and we talked about Charlie Kirk being pro-white, and I was explaining why we have the pro-black, and why he speak
Yeah.
against. Now, this is the thing. We don't have to stay there. We don't have to stay on that. I just made that statement. But if you had a question, you can ask it. That's all.
No, that's what I was saying, bro. Like I like you. You thought you're coming off from the premise that I characterize what pro-black or pro-white is. If people claim to be pro-black or pro-white, they have their own ideology based within it. So I never even characterized. I just said I am not, and then I said I think Charlie Kirk is, but even though he never said it, I don't have a problem with people being pro what they believe they are. I don't have a problem with that. That's why I'm like, why are you just going on a premise that I never even brought up?
Well,
That's the whole point
I
for me right now.
responded. I responded based off the way I heard it. If you wasn't, that wasn't the area was where you was going. I apologize, but my response was based off the way I heard it come out. So that's why I responded in the manner in which I responded. But I also said about liberalism. I mean, conservative. I believe that black people, especially younger black people, they got the wrong idea on this internet stuff of what conservatism is, because a lot of black kids, young people, run over to these white groups and be a part of these groups saying that they're conservative, and they run over under the Charlie Kirks, the Candace Owens. They're not conservative. That's not conservatism. Like I said, our people in this country at the time when we was fighting for our rights, we were the most conservative. White folks wasn't conservative. They didn't value family values, because if they did, they wouldn't have been doing what they was doing to us, while still at the same time holding the Bible. So no, we got the wrong idea of what conservatism is.
That's right.
So
That's crazy.
I think
Yeah.
you should ask me what I think conservatism is.
I don't think I have to ask you. I gave my opinion. I'll mute the floor so you can give you yours.
Yeah, you
I
can just
mean,
give it, Blair. He ain't got
that's what
just
I'm
give it.
saying.
You
Though.
just give it.
All right, man. Like,
Brother,
so my idea of having more conservative values is having standards and morals that don't change even if some new information comes. You know what I'm saying? Like, because liberals are like, oh, we learned this new thing from this fake scientist that says this, and they just change their views and just open up for more and more and more. And I am more traditional and stay within my morals and values. That is what I believe conservatism is, not necessarily Republican. Conservatism is not Republican to me, because I am not political when it comes to that. I don't even vote. I believe it's two wings of the same bird. But sometimes when people speak, their views can easily be attached to political views and conservative and liberalism, because they're talking points. But I am not a Republican or a quote
Can I
unquote
say one
conservative.
thing?
My views are conservative.
I say let's look at the root word of conservative, which is to conserve. What are you conserving in you saying you want to conserve the idea of the traditional family, right? That's one of them, Blair. All of that, right? I'm telling you that when the white man say conservative, he's saying I want to conserve the idea of the white man being on the top in this country. and that everybody like on some Jim Crow shit. So now that we know Blair understanding of what he's conserving, I'm telling you that Charlie Kirk wasn't trying to conserve the family and do what Blair doing. Charlie Kirk, as a conservative, was trying to conserve white man's power in America. And the group of conservatives he with that's what they mean when they say conservative. That you got
and that's what he said. That's what he said in that debate at Cambridge. And I'm sure he probably saw that when the guy debated him. And what he said at the end when he got frustrated because he was losing the debate, he went into some real street shit. He went real liberal all of a sudden. Let me ask you, Blair, are you said that you rock with Candace Owens?
I do like some of her talking points. Yes, I do.
Okay. And the reason, because see, even with her, she talked that conservatism stuff, right? But then she goes on TV on one of our channels. She said, "Well, I married for IQ," and knowing she married a white man, right? But she knows what she meant when she said that, and the irony that
A
she was
small
trying to
hat
draw.
white man. I didn't mean to cut you off, but she made a small hat.
Yeah. And the irony that she was trying to draw when she did it. What I'm saying is these people, they're not conservatives. They mask that in order to build an audience through the church, and the same way the small hats do. Try the evangelical church following that they get is to keep their sympathetic plight so they can do all the things that they do. But these people, they go around acting like they're conservatives. But that's why I said Big Mama was conservative, Big Daddy was conservative. These people wasn't, and they haven't changed over time. Nothing has changed because they had no reason to change. They still have power. So it's all fake. My only thing is when I hear us, and I'm not just directing this towards you at all. When I just hear us talk conservatism, I've been seeing this for a long time, and I've been doing this on my channel. We got the wrong idea of what conservatism is, and I always ask, do you have your wife, your children, what are your family? What is it that you're conserving as far as old school values? And then I look at people, they don't have a clue what I'm talking about. But they over there with those white supremacist groups, right? That set up programs for our people to make them believe that they're conservative, when they're liberals. They're not conservative.
Yeah, and I want to jump in right here though, because I was gonna drive home that point. You see, the problem with a lot of young guys that come into this conversation, they're coming into it at the end stage. They are essentially Johnny come latelys because of how the
37, not that
conversation is
young.
framed these days. You know, they can't
It's all
trace the
good.
ideology back to Barry Goldwater. They don't know about William Buckley. They don't know about Rush Limbaugh. They can't follow the through line to how Charlie Kirk is just the latest emanation of it. Because after Rush Limbaugh died, Charlie Kirk picked up the mantle. You see, a lot of them, they are taught that race is not the driving factor because the white supremacists, they have mastered the art of deflective language. The reason why Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes had a beef is not because they disagreed. It's because Nick Fuentes is more blunt. He's more overt. He doesn't hide it. Whereas Charlie Kirk, because of all of the dialogue that they've been having over the decades, mastered the art of using specific words to mask their white supremacy.
That's been they beef, but within the white civil war for years, covertly or non-covertly, because that's all the Democrats and Republicans is. One doing it openly, one saying, "Oh, let's do it covertly," type shit. You know what I'm
They
saying?
doing it now, Sanchez. Just look, right? You had this guy Tyler Robinson. He pows Charlie Kirk, right? But they're not really talking about him or the Groypers. They're arguing with black people, right? They're going into our spaces, trolling us and everything. You know why? Because no matter what happened amongst their group, they have to always maintain white supremacy.
And that was a wake up call with Charlie. Man, that's deep right there, street media. And Zab, you know what's crazy, man? A lot of young white folks and young black people, right, think that the shit Charlie Kirk saying is new. When he got a history of legacy of this, and they think like what y'all saying, that ain't real conservatism. Well, they conserving something, but it ain't what you conservative, blah. But yeah,
Yeah, because see, like you could actually go on YouTube and you could go watch some of the debates with William Buckley, who had a very similar show to what Charlie Kirk was doing. And that's when they started creating the whole idea of conservatism, because at the time they would do the debates, the same thing like they're doing right now, and they realized that the American public didn't want to accept white supremacy when it was overt. So they started coming up with all of these concepts you see that them doing right now. They were going after then you had like people like Ayn Rand, you had all of these intellectual, what they call intellectual conservatives, who mastered the art of coming on TV and using the deflective language so that they could pass their white supremacist agendas.
I've been the descendants of people that sold people, that broke families up. The first of the original Don Dada of creating single mother homes, right? By what they was doing to us, be the conservatives. And they still pushing H.S. Chamberlain and Madison Grant and all these people talking points. That was all in the universities of Syracuse and everywhere else since the 1800s. They still pushing these same old talking points.
So, hey, Street Media TV, I have a question for you. Do you believe that being pro-black is counterproductive to the end goal of all of us being equal? Or pro-white? I applied to that as well, because the reason I'm add context to the question, the reason I am not pro-black and is because I believe we should focus on nationality. Americans, we're all Americans. That's why I am that way.
Wow.
Because if you're pro-black, it's just like you're fighting against the pro-whites, and it's just a battle, and it's a battle, and there's no unity ever between everybody that's in this country already.
Ask me that again, because I pulled up to my house and my phone just like broke up. I couldn't hear nothing you said.
I said, okay, do you believe, I think, and I don't want you to respond to it, that being a pro-black is counterproductive to unity overall for this entire country, and for the pro-white side as well. It is counterproductive for unity overall. And I think focusing on nationality, being Americans, would be more productive overall for the country.
Yeah, but you know that it's the white supremacists that's putting us in that category.
There's no such thing. There was never a such thing as just being Americans. That was a fake system that they set up to make people believe that they have a voice. Every group came here operated under their nationality for power and gain. Everything that we got in this country, every right we got in this country, came under the form of being pro-black. Everything. Black first, understanding who we are and what our fight was about. Everything. That's the way the country is set up. That's why when you go, whatever city you go to, you see white people put up monuments of people of the past, like Stonewall Jackson, and because they do those things in remembrance of them. It has nothing to do with American. It has everything to do with who they are, their culture, and what they created. That's the American thing is fake, is a fake system. That's why people come here in groups. Now here in America, we all move around and operate together, but Latinos going to operate with Latinos, Asians going to operate with Asians for money, right? And they're going to come out their little subgroup and deal with people, but they go back. We're the only ones that was told that we shouldn't do it because we're cannon fire for everybody else. But every right that
now, Blair, hold up
if I
second.
Can interject, I just want to interject with one question.
Hold on. I want to do this. I want to do this. Hey, and Blair, you're going to get the mic back, Blair. Trust me. I'm going to let it go right back to you. But I do, Blair, want to let Zab, Marlon, Awakening. I want to see if anybody else would like to interject at this point, Blair. But you can actually take it right back after that. So don't forget what you're about to say to George, Blair. Go ahead. No
problem.
All right. Anybody
I'm enjoying the conversation, man. Both of y'all going in.
No,
go
yeah,
ahead, though, brothers.
I want to jump in, like when people like, because I think this is like they played one hell of a psychological game on black people, man, these past couple years, and it's just mind-boggling because even now, right, we can clearly see that Charlie Kirk was unalived by another white dude. Some people are saying that he's a groyper, some are saying he's left-wing, whatever. But at the foundational level, white people are still using that to go after black people. You see what I'm saying? All of the policies that are going to come that are going to come from this thing are going to be aimed at black people. You notice that whenever it's white on white crime, they always find any excuse to not really politicize it. Just look at what was happening the week before with the situation that happened on the bus with the Russian. They were ready to completely create a whole civil war behind that narrative. Like they were just, to me, they were happy that that situation happened because now they had an excuse. And even with this Charlie Kirk situation, they're still aiming at black people. They're not going after each other. Ultimately, what's going to happen is they're going to use the situation to target black people. So the reason why it's a black versus white issue is because the white people are grouping us all together and collectively aiming at us, whether we want to call ourselves Moors or Hebrews or conservatives. They do not care. Just look at what's happening to Candace Owens right now. The vitriol she is getting, even after she did all the bunny hopping for them, is crazy. But and ultimately, and even Nick Fuentes said it, he doesn't like Candace Owens because
you know what,
she's black.
Zab? I don't think she's cancelable because she's done everything Charlie done. Like I peeped this, yo. I said you got people that's mocking Charlie death that's still defending Candace Owens when I can show y'all sound bites of Candace Owens saying everything Charlie Kirk said.
Well, I don't think she's cancelable either. The point I was driving at is ultimately they still don't like her because she's black. Like it doesn't matter what she does.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
because you're right. That dude did. He really went in on her. Was that CoffeeZilla? What was that dude? No, that ain't CoffeeZilla. What's the dude name? He went into how, he really.
I mean, she's beefing with.
Oh, that was Nick Fuentes. I'm tripping,
now.
Man.
Yeah, she's beefing with Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes wouldn't be where he's at right now if not for Candace Owens, who introduced him to Kanye, and Kanye brought him to Trump. She made him, and look at how he is going at her right now. When you go on Twitter right now, the people that don't like Candace Owens are people that say they don't like her because she's a black woman, although they understand that what she's doing is ultimately helping them. Candace Owens turned on Trump because Trump didn't offer her a position in his administration. She's just another Omarosa to me. So ultimately, it doesn't matter what your ideology is. At the foundational level, the white supremacists ultimately don't like you because they label you black. It doesn't matter what you label yourselves or how you see yourselves. When they see you, they see an enemy.
You know what I don't get with that though? I don't get how she's married to, a Jewish guy, but they still won't let her get that status that you saying.
I think she's control opposition, and sometimes she goes rogue, but she's ultimately put there as like a front man to push their agendas. She's control op.
That I'm with you on that. Black, go ahead. You remember your question, man?
Hey, I kind of forgot because you get to listening to other people talk, so it's all good though.
But check this out, then I'll do this.
I do remember my question. I asked it, and he somewhat answered it already. He answered it by saying, or I don't want to say what you said. How'd you answer my question about pro-black street media TV or George?
Where I said, in this country, pro-black was formed out of a desperation of a people fighting for identity and fighting for their lives. So we got to separate pro-black from this internet stuff. Our pro-black is the people the reason why you can go to college. If you wanted to date a white girl today, that's because of pro-black. Our pro-black forced America to actually let us in and treat us somewhat like human beings. So in this country, the American thing is bullshit. Everybody operates under their nationalities to come here to compete. That's why they call it race.
Okay, I hear that. So what is the end game for being? Is it separatism? Because I understand back in the past, like yes, we had to be pro-black because we actually did not have through legislation.
I think the end game is
through
them
legislation.
going back to
Let me
slavery.
finish my thought. Let me finish my thought. Shit. All right. I do know we had, as a group, we had to be pro-black because we did not have the rights through legislation. Like, so now the narrative is a little different because we do have the rights through legislation, but there is still people's opinions and feelings about us that can affect us through business and other things of that nature. But the end game can't be all of us being separate, because if we're all separate all the time, we will always be divided. We have to have a narrative that changes to us being together somehow. And I believe the only way to unite us is to not believe or say that the American, being an American is a fantasy. We have to actually subscribe to being Americans and Americans first. And all that other stuff falls secondary. Because if it doesn't, in my opinion, we will always be divided unless there is some better idea or a different end game.
I respond to that, and I'm gonna tell you, as a young brother, my son is 33, right? We had these same conversations. Everything that you said is right, and you are a person with a good soul and a good spirit. Unfortunately, the powers that be don't think like you. You're thinking wishful thinking as a young man seeing the world on what it should be, in which our grandparents and them saw what it should be. It's not us. It's the powers that be that controls this. It's not pro-black, the end game. It's pro-white. So you got to understand something. The way the system, when you look at these curriculums in schools, they haven't changed the curriculums based off of what you just said to be a good America. They didn't go into the school and change the curriculums where young kids can grow up and see each other as equals based off their contributions to America. They haven't done that yet. So the onus is not on us. We've been pleading and crying and dying and bleeding and everything for them to do it. It's the powers that be that a lot of black people get up under those conservatives. Notice when you got Charlie Kirk saying they need to take disparate impact out of the civil rights bill. Once he said that, I said, oh, okay, here we go. Most people don't even know what disparate impact is and why it was in the bill in the first place. He did, but he as a Christian, as a so-called Christian conservative, he would take part of his mouth to say take disparate impact out, knowing why disparate impact was in there and what our people was going through and going forward, how we're supposed to develop our people, which they never did. When he made those statements, it's not on the pro-blacks, it's on the whites.
So I don't know if Blair's still there, but I was gonna say the same thing, that when you say it's the answer separatism, you asking the wrong people. Because, you know, we the last people to become separatists. We was always kumbaya, if you ask me.
So I think a lot of this comes from people's life experiences. So real quick, my life experience, I was in the military. I'm a tradesman. I've been around a lot of different people, and especially a lot of white boys being a tradesman as well. I do millwright. And my day-to-day experiences and conversations do not lead to what, you know, people that you guys might be experiencing in America. And that's a big thing because America is huge. And then there's many different pockets and many different experiences.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
You know that what the mindset you got is like, it would be anti the statement of an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. So statements like that, you would say, well, no, an injustice over there is just an injustice over there. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's what you saying right now.
Also, I got another question. Would you say that progressively, are we as black people getting in a worse situation or a better situation
than we were in the past?
Correct.
Economically, I think because of our cultural mindset, I think we're in a worse position than we were in the past. But as far as legislative and the things we are allowed to do or able to do, we're in a much, 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 much better position.
Like, give me an example of these things that you're saying we're in a better position economically. Give me an example.
No, I said we're in a worse position economically. We were in a better position economically when we were separate because we own most of our own things. And with integration, I do know that we lost some of that ideology, basically.
So you can see how the system, right, is collectively putting us in a worse position. So you can see how when we label it white supremacy, you can see the end result of it in our current circumstances, correct?
I don't think the system put us in a worse position today. In today's times, 2025, I believe culturally as black people, the mindset of us put us in a bad position economically because we spend the most money economically, but we're not even half the population. So that's a habit. That's a mindset.
Hey, let me get in on that then, because what you're saying is I don't disagree with, but there's fundamental things that you're leaving out, and this is part of the conservative way of thinking. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I can tell you this, 'cause I'm older than you. I saw this generation come in, and I'm seeing where it's going. And I was talking this way 30 something years ago. Now, check it out, right? You made a statement that you was in the military and you're well traveled. You've been around different things. You've seen some stuff, right? Never been in the military, but I traveled the world, been around different groups. I got be around white folks, Asians, everybody, right? The thing is this: whether you around them or not, and your everyday interactions in today's time is not bad, it doesn't mean that white supremacy and a way of thinking don't exist. That's why I brought up the education systems. White people don't have to be mean to you or challenge you in a certain way because you're not a threat to them. You're going into their systems that they set up in their world. You're being educated by them. See, what you got to understand is there's two brothers talking. When Charlie Kirk talked about this with DEI, they believe, whether subconsciously or consciously, that everything we got in this country we got because they gave it to us. If they can still be hanging us from light poles and trees if they want. We are inferior to them. And we acquiesce to them under their names, their culture, their systems, not ours. Even though we invented most of the things that moved the 21st century, but our people don't know it because of the curriculum, the way the system is set up. So we suffer from, when you talk about the way we spend, I won't challenge you, you're right. But remember, Brother Blair, we're not born with one less chromosome, are we? We're not coming out of the womb stupid. There's a system that was set in place to psychologically condition the people to believe that there's something that they're not. So we respond to it. You are a brother that was able to reach through the crack, go to the military, see the world outside of the box that they placed us in. So that's why you see the world that you see through. I'm not mad at you for that, but you got to understand the conditions of the people that you come from. It's a lot of interference that come in with that. White folks, I'm gonna lay in here to you for you, Blair. White folks, when they lived in these cities, they did all the same things that we did. They sold drugs, they had Tommy guns, they killed everybody, Irish, Italians, Jews. They make movies about it. Once the government gave them reparations and built suburbs for them, they was able to redevelop their people. We've never been able to redevelop our people from Jim Crow to coming up here and to the north to get jobs. So they take those jobs out, gerrymandering, heroin holocaust, crack holocaust, everything. We've never been at a place where we can redevelop our people the way they did for white folks under the New Deal. That's why you see our people still behaving in the manner in which they behave. That don't absolve them of responsibility, but we got to have knowledge of how to solve problems. And that's the way we solve problems is to run over to the white folks. That's done on purpose because black dysfunction is profitable.
George, I would like to say that I don't disagree with you, and I don't want to like try to wrap it up with a bow or something, but I think both of our perspectives are needed because, like you said, there's basically multiple, or would it say two different types of black folks in this country. Black folks that experience what you're saying, experiencing, and people that, like me, who have not experienced what, you can say black folks have experienced. So we both exist, so we can't necessarily be on two different sides, just because you have two different perspectives.
No, I agree with you. You spot on.
Yeah.
I agree. And remember, if you read the Miseducation of the Negro, chapter 12, it says that the educated Negro leaves the masses. They set the system up where their best group stays with their people. Our best group don't. That's why you, as a young brother, that's not your experience because they extracted you from your people and you went out there with them. And those have been yours. Hey, baby. Hey, boy. And those been your experiences.
And I also feel that subconsciously, although he may not experience it, you know that it exists because certain things you won't do. Certain things you know implicitly, if you do it, is going to be a problem. See, it's like an invisible thing that exists, whether you want to acknowledge it or not.
And years ago, I'm gonna tell you, Blair, years ago when I was more militant, I'd have been calling you a coon and cussing you out. I don't do that no more. And some of the people from your side have been like, would have been judgmental towards us. We actually all need each other. Because when you look at Dr. King and all the people that was fighting for us, they was fighting for you to be able to travel the world and get the education you have to bring that knowledge back to our people. And we supposed to be, the conversations we having now, we supposed to be having those conversations. Whether we argue, but at the end of the day, we got to figure it out because at the end of the day, we all still black. And you know what's crazy, Sanchez, in this country? Blair could be my cousin and don't even know it because of what they did to us, how they moved our families around and sold us and did everything. We don't even they did us so dirty and we never had a time to recover from it.
No,
right?
That's
and when
facts.
we recover, we got to run to them. So that's all I'm saying. We need more of the conversation. So I welcome more of the conversation, whether we argue or not. At the end of the day, I'm not going. We still need to have the conversation, whether it's tough or not. We got to figure things out.
That's big facts. Hey, everybody, hold on 1 second. Let me do something real quick. I hope y'all brothers stay on the call because what we about to do now, right? And I'm finna let y'all know this. Hold on real quick. All right, here we go. Watch this real quick. Now, people may say, damn, this is a huge change. But yeah, I had a bill set up for 5 p.m. and it was to like go over this whole Damon Dash Breakfast Club interview. I don't know how many of y'all wanted to build on that, but the conversation will still be open for other stuff as well. But that's all I was gonna say is that I'm just finna move over. Salutes to the panel. Right now, we just shifting channels. Little thing. Hold on real quick.